All right, let's go ahead and go. Wow. Hello, everyone. Why did I wah? I don't know why I wah there, but hello, everyone. How you doing? How are you nerds doing? Howdy, howdy, howdy. Look, I'm doing the. I keep forgetting that I'm just like a gigantic tall boy. I'm a real long lad. I think it's because like since I usually stream from this up, like I'm still pretty tall, but you don't get to see how elf I am very often, which is fun. Let me say hello to everyone. Hello, everybody. Let me say hello to all these nerds. Let me say hello to all these nerds first. Hello, me saying test several times because I'm testing some shit. Hello, Sapphire Rats. Congratulations on your first. Hello, Gordo. Hello, Chieftain. Hello, Matthew. Hello, Dashard. Hello, Blanc. Got some very late Christmas presents. Nice. I mean, honestly, somebody could give me Christmas presents in November as like not early Christmas presents, like late from the previous year. I'd still be like, yeah, let's go. We're not going to the Mariana Trench or eating at the Mariana Trench. We are going to Marina the Diamonds. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I had to be this way. How you doing, Fox? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing, Soldat? How you doing as well? Yeah, so the I did this previously. The idea of just doing some like general zatsudani nonsense where I kind of go and talk about some like there's some VTubers. There's a VTuber. I think Qbalt might still do it of like going through old game magazines. And I had fun doing that with Dragon last time. So I got 2 issues of Dragon, and also I have Trench Crusade, which is a war game that is I don't officially know if the playtest is open, but it's on their Reddit. So by God, I can always blame Reddit as one should. You know, everyone should blame Reddit when given the chance. Exactly, presents are presents, yo. No one should. Well, that just means you got more whiskey and pizza. You got more whiskey and pizza. That is unfortunate, though. That is unfortunate, though. Not ideal. I still think the night could be salvageable. I think the night could be salvageable. Yeah, listen, I mean, I can't get much longer. Like, I mean, like I'm pretty tall. Your average VTuber is like a 4'8" womanlet. So, oh, this is actually not a bit. Hello, Quay. How you doing? Also, I got the little arm wiggly you don't get to see very often too. Um, Today I was doing some shopping because I need to pick up some more pickle supplies and some other shit. And there was a lady who was like, I usually kind of like do shopping with headphones on, but she tapped me on the shoulder. She's like, excuse me, can you reach that object from a really high shelf? And I'm like, no problem. And thus I get to put another gold star on my tall boy pass. Yeah, womanlet, like a small woman. Because like VTubers, I would say across the board. No, I put her on the high shelf and I left her there for good luck. Um, VTubers across the board are like almost universally tiny. Like it's just kind of how it is. It's like actors. Like actors as people are genuinely like very very small. Um, for the most part, there's some that are smaller than others. Let's see. There's let me see. Files, Apple box. There was so there's a concept called no the Scully box. There we go. Um, there is a concept in oh god, hold on. We're on advertisement right now. I'll go on my tangent once I drink. Mm, get some. Oh, there we go. Good stretches in. Get some good stretches in. Also, this will give me an opportunity to find a picture that I'm really looking for. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. I found it. I found what I wanted. I found what I want. Hopefully, we're back, everyone. Watch him get close. Listen, I do. I've unironically gotten slapped in the face, like riding bikes and stuff before. That happens a lot. I don't. I don't think it's like a compact thing. I just think a lot of actors just like finally my chance to be tall. But so um, I forget Scully's actor name in from the X Files. Uh, but anyway, she had a she was like exceptionally short even for actors, and compared to the Mulders actor. I keep wanting to say voice actor because I'm poisoned. My brain is poisoned. My brain is poisoned. even compared to him, she was especially short. So like there's a concept called the apple box, where it's like a box you stand on so you look taller in scenes. Like when you're not filming the feet, you just kind of like put the shorter actor on the little box, and then you film the scene. Scully was so short, she had a specialty one made for extra short people. Hello, Neil. This Scrungus Bunglesworth to you too. I feel like Scrungus Bunglesworth is like a rich person's cat. Like it's one of those Sphinx cats that like requires a very elaborate like moisturizing regimen. And I cried to yeah, tall hell today. I know, right? I get it. I listen. I'm a tall boy all the time. But today it's cause like a little bit of a spoiler when I pull open the PDFs. Whoa, there's not a lot of screen real estate, and it's like I'd probably be better just to be roughly the size, just like I get to be nestled between all of you, all you, all you, all you. And then Trench Crusade. Yes. Ubu Nuzzle's Trench Crusade. I'm sure that's what fucking Mr. Mike Franchina thought. We'll get the Trench Crusade in a bit. It's a very cool. Oh, did I not put the logos on the other one? I should probably fix that. I'm also multi-streaming this on YouTube, and as a way to better keep track of shit, I decided to put the call. There we go. I've put a Twitch and a Twitter logo, and now the Twitter one is not showing, and Twitch one's not showing. I don't know why. Anyway, that's fine. Whatever. YouTube peasants. Honestly, the YouTube discovery is nothing, which I expected. But it is a nice archival of my stuff, which is primarily what I'm using for. Anyway, behold. Many of you have seen X-Files, which is probably a dwindling number each day. Look how tiny. Oh, it's like Dana Carvey or something like that. Look how, and like this, the funny thing is the box is not even to make her equal height. The box is to make her reasonably short. Not like oh, she's so itty bitty. Oh, so fuck yeah, let's go. I mean, having a depressive moment and putting yourself out there is honestly a very powerful thing to do. A lot of people, when they're not feeling great, they like to retreat in. So I think that's a good move. Yeah, this is how I feel when I collaborate with other VTubers. I'm older. They're all Scully sized, little tiny womanlets. But we're not dunking on VTuber height. I do that all the time. We don't need to do that today. Any other? But yeah, I can touch a lot of people with my ears. Fuck you, you're a peasant. Well, that confirms that works. So yay, I am happy about that. So here's a very fun thing, right? Oh no, that put me in the wrong box. Amazon does a very funny thing where they're like, hey, you can't combine Twitch and YouTube chats. You just can't. They just don't let you. And I don't know. They just like reset again. I got clipped out of oblivion. That's fine. There was something there for a second there. Listen, I would absolutely collab with Randon, but I don't want to impose that on him. If he came to me, I would be like, howdy doody. I'm sure the poor man gets all kinds of people be like, we should hang. We should hang. We should hang right now. And I don't want to look like that. I don't want to bother him. We are both green, true. Arguably he's more green than I am. And when it comes to being the green elf, I think the like the general color scheme. I got like a nice kind of like woodsy. I got some. No, don't. That's don't do that. Don't do that. No. It's I will say as a VTuber, it's awkward. When you get just like cold cocked, like you should collab with this VTuber, and I know it's from a place of well-meaning, but it's do not recommend. How you doing, Belny? Welcome. What do you do? You're like a big there we go. Oh, you guys don't get to see the grippers very often. I don't get to show you the grippers. Maybe I'll have to stay more mimicking during the stream. Maybe when we get to some of the other bits. Oh, the grippers. You can't whoa grippers. Why you like this? I know why you're like this, because you're a viewer mine, so that's fair. Yeah, it's a free country, valid. I do have I have midriff. I have midriff open all the time. This sweater ain't covered shit. This sweater is not covering shit. But yeah. So let's see. Do I have any other things? Do I got any other mundane activities to report? Homemade pickles turned out good. Anyway, that's about it. That was it. All right, Trench Crusade. Woo! Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, so Trench Crusade is a war game I've mentioned a couple of times on stream. Usually when I've done it, people were pretty receptive to it. Like they're like, "Ooh, this looks cool. I could do red onions." Right now, I ate all my spicy pickles and I got a bigger jar so I can make more. And I'm currently reusing the pickle brine to brine some chicken. So I'm gonna see how that goes. Apparently, that's a thing that's really good to do. I know. Like Chick-fil-A, I think does like a pickle brine for the chickens. We'll see. We'll see how that shit goes. We'll see how that shit goes. So yeah, this is a very early in progress war game. Like you cannot technically you can't buy official models for it just yet. There's some in the works. I was part of a Kickstarter, I want to say maybe a year ago. I legitimately don't remember when the Trench Crusade Kickstarter was. It was a hot minute, and I think they're probably going to do a second one. Oh, it was July 2022. Jesus Christ. So on one hand, you're like, wow, that's quite a gap. I'm used to that. Like I remember back when Kingdom Death, because like we're at the point in time where we are like, yes, Kingdom Death is a successful property. It worked out great. Everyone loves Kingdom Death. Kingdom Death was like a Kickstarter success, but like they got way over their head. So it took like multiple years for me to receive like my dragon and a bunch of other things. So enjoy your 7 stream streak. Yeah. But so the idea of like kickstarting some minis and not receiving them for like a year and a half. Yeah, that's fine. That's whatever. It's as long as I get them someday. I've had like 2 Kickstarters die on me. One of them was for a really small indie one that I don't really want to mention because it's so small and indie that it's borderline docs. And the other one, there was a artist. I don't know how I kind of lost track of him over years, but there's an artist named Inkerton. And he put together with some people a game. I forget exactly what the game was called. It was like Blue Echo or something like that. I don't know. I could also check my Kickstarter. And that one, I mean, I only spent what, like, not a lot. I spent basically somewhere in the ballpark of like $15 for it. And I was like, that's fine. It's if that fails, it's not great. It's not the worst though, you know? I was like, I'll take it a decadence. And hello, Lord Calvin. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Blue Omen. There we go. I went. That's the one. That's the one that I got. Oh, I need to check a lot of these to let them know I got shit. But oh, Power Nelson. I don't want to think of Tolkien taking the shit. I don't. I mean, he did. I know that's one of those like things that like you could use to humanize people, but it's like, I don't want. I don't want to think about that man taking a dump. How you doing though? What's up, Dasher? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, a lot of them. I think also too. To be fair, COVID kind of fucked over a lot of things. COVID fucked over a lot of stuff, unironically. Oh yeah, I did get a GamerSub sponsorship. It is for I believe 10% off, 10 or 15. I think it's 10. I think I'm still at the 10 stage. But if I get kickbacks if you do that, and they've unleashed soup, which I would like to try one of these days. It's like instant ramen. I hear it's good. They're apparently going to try to give out like a free lifetime supply of instant ramen. We'll see how that shit goes. And who is the lucky winner? I kind of want Grimmy to win it because I saw her like reply on that, and it sounded like it was like someone was going to give her a free pony. She was that excited. I was like, you should get that. She should get that. If I get that, I'll enjoy it, but I wouldn't enjoy it as much as she would, you know. Titty milk was pretty. I had that. It was pretty good. Why? You just want to imagine drinking? I don't even have nipples. I don't even have nipples. There's no milk that can come from there. I also do like advertising soup. I do like advertising soup. Anyway, this is good. This is going places. This certainly is going. This certainly is going. This is a thing. You're listen. You're allowed. You're allowed to crave the chest mouth, the sweet release of death, but in moderation, I guess. But yeah, let's go through Trench Crusade. Uh, see, this is kind of neat to see this game. This is so Trench Crusade actually is similar to Turnip 28. Not in like tone or thematics, but in that like it is the project of an artist who did a lot of art and like stuff in a setting of theirs, and then eventually they're like, oh fuck, we're gonna make it a war game. Let's fucking go. And I enjoy that. I enjoy that mindset a lot. I think that leads to some interesting things. So also he's gotten I think that like the Thomas Urinen, I have no idea how to pronounce his name. He's worked on Mordheim though, and has contributed a lot to the rules. So I as somebody who likes Mordheim, I think that's a solid pedigree. For people who don't know Mordheim is a Games Workshop campaign-based skirmish game about having a bunch of miscreants rooting around through the wreckage of a city that was hit by a fucking comet, and that comet was filled with warpstone. It was funny too because like if you read through Mordheim, it says it refers to it more like weird. It calls it weird stone because that's sort of when before like warpstone equals Skaven, and then it was just like yeah, wizards are like fucking huffing this shit because it's super magic. And then I think after a while, once the mystique wore off, they're like, yeah, no, Skaven are mostly doing this now. This is primarily a Skaven-based thing. So thank you. Also, the art because this is made by a artist, who's really like the art is really baller. Like these are very tame in terms of fucking Trench Crusade. These just like these little Crusader dudes. But I still like this is the appetizer. Look how the appetizer fucks. This is not even as crazy as it gets. Yeah, I do. One of these days I want to get. I'm trying. I'm still. We got a new person. Do I not have a rat emote? I don't think I ever had a rat emote. Unless you mean like a rat emote from a different server. I have a Neil Breen emote because no one has physically stopped me from having a Neil Breen emote. No one has been like, you are not allowed to have a Neil Breen emote. Oh, I don't. Oh yeah, I don't have that. But Rat Jam works. Rat Jam works if you would like to Rat Jam. Also, hello to this mayor. Welcome. How you doing? How you doing? No, there's the petting Pino ones I could put on there, but like the like the Mechanicus rat, I did not make that, so I could not put that on the stream. Technically, I made the Neil Breen emote, even though I'm not Neil Breen. Oh, I love the wide one. Oh, I love the wild one. Oh, he's so squished. He has been pressed. He is the compressor has hit him, and he is now flat. Let's see. I think he did the slash in the wrong way. But yeah, so I'm going to go through Trench Crusade as there's not a lot. Basically there's going to be 5 factions, and I think there's going to be 5 factions. I will say the stuff in the game, the rules and whatnot, pretty concise. The lore is not in here at all. The lore is scattered all over the place because like the guy would draw a sick picture, he would write like 5 paragraphs about it, and then he would just leave that on like an art station or a just like a Facebook page or somewhere like that. There's like 2. They're basically they're for melee weapons. Let's skip ahead a little bit. You basically choose between like one-handed or two-handed. So you could totally have pull weapons if you want. You absolutely could. You absolutely could. So I did manage to find once again on Reddit. Sadly, I found like a timeline of the setting, and I'm not going to read most of it because this is the thing with tabletop RPG timelines, is that they're just like a bullet point of events where you have no context for. Like it's just like if I say Kobar becomes the first tyrant of the 66 in the year 1106, that means absolutely nothing. That means absolutely nothing. But I want to do a couple of my favorites. All right, let's do the favorite. This is arguably the most important one because this line marks the entire premise of the setting. In 1099, First Crusade captures Jerusalem. The Knights Templar commit the act of ultimate heresy. The gate of hell appears on earth. Jerusalem is destroyed in a cataclysm. So this Trench Crusade takes place on Earth. I was mistaken where I originally thought it took place in Hell directly. Nah, Hell is just leaked the fuck into Earth. And a lot of big battles. Joan of Arc is still around. Um they basically caused like I believe like a permanent rift into Hell, and then the forces of Hell have begun to march out. Joan of Arc is still a thing. Uh the just basically it's just like a bunch of wars. Like it's like a bunch of like the heretics get a fleet, and there's one part I can't seem to find it again, but there's the idea where like a 13 martyrs decided to journey into hell in order to convert people, and they were tortured basically forever. They're basically inside heated brass bowls screaming till the end of time. It's like, damn, that shit sucks. But basically, the funny thing is it does not mention America. Like not at all. Not a single bit is America mentioned. It sounds insane, but it's like, and if you're going by like that kind of like heavy metal kind of like over the top stuff, like it definitely fits. Hello, Ars, how you doing? We're going through Trench Crusade. And I'm just kind of reading some stuff. And they mentioned the other fact. There's effectively, I believe, 5 factions that's going to be in this game. Only 2 of them exist in the playtest. You have the Trench Pilgrims, which are just holy pilgrims who put together a ragtag fight and decide to slap around some shit. What's it called? There is the church itself, which I think is like the church elite. There is the Heretic Legion, which are kind of like the man troops of hell. There's the Black Grail, which is Beelzebub makes a bunch of fucking Nurgle nightmare monsters. It's probably going to be what I play whenever the game actually comes out. And then there is the there's the Great Sultanate of the Invincible Iron Wall of the 2 horns that pierce the sky, which is basically Islam kind of creates itself one unified front, but because hell's invading, they're like, listen, we're going to do our own stuff, but like, we're still going to be allies with you, Catholic Church, because we gotta, hell is here. So there is literally a point where they're like, for a good stretch of time, the church basically fell into infighting, and the heretics are like, oh shit, free real estate. Yeah, the Black Grail stuff is like basically, it's a faction tailor made for me specifically. I can do it. Yeah. Oh, that's real. Trying to go into a place with used anything and not buying their stock is fucking wild. Yeah, this is I think basically the first crusade happened and then all the other ones just kind of got fucked. Also, hello, need extra sleep. How you doing? Welcome. I don't know. The game is very Christian, Abrahamic religion focused, and I don't think it's from like a place of being like this is not a game made by Christians for Christians. This is because it's like you're battling the devil. You got your pointy hat. You got your rifle. You're staring down the legions of hell. You're gonna die. Let's fucking go. Like it's that kind of thing. Like when I said metal is probably more apt than that. But as far as I can tell, the only non-Christian the timeline does mention Hebrew Knights, which I mean not non-Abrahamic. I'm just trying to list any religion that's not Islam or Christianity. That's about it. The final year when the game takes place is 1914. It's effectively like we have survived to the point where it is like now World War I tech. Like it is now like the battle has been going on literally for roughly 800 years, just shy of 800 years. And it is now things have progressed to the point of using gun. Yeah, no, they didn't close the rift. They have not been able to close the rift because here's the thing. Hell has like a bunch of bullshit. They got like fucking demons and like Satan forges and bomb witches. The bomb witches are really cool. I'm gonna show you guys the bomb witches at some point. Just Buddhists, don't worry about it. This is our demons. Yeah, it's I will say, so like I said, there's a lot of stuff where it's like 1872, heretic forces stormed the city of Rijeka. It is fortified and heretic conquest is launched against the European mainland. That means nothing. I want to say my favorite line from the entire timeline that's on this goddamn Reddit because it is not elaborated on at all. It is amazing. Everybody strap the fuck in. 1899, church space program commences, and that is it. That is fucking it. 15 years before the settings start, the Catholic Church is going to the fucking moon. I guess the idea is like, maybe if Earth is fucked, we have to leave. Like God will let's we're gonna do Noah's Ark, jump in the air too, like that kind of thing. Like something like that. I think that's I don't know. Dasher, like I have to agree as well. What I imagined is that either the forces of hell, like they mentioned hell fleets, you can actually play a faction of like demon mariners, which is kind of neat. Basically though, they I have to imagine it's like if they tried to go like west, either the heretic fleets cut them off, or what's it called? Or the heretic fleets either cut them off, or like they just go to the side and never return. I probably think it's going to be a thing where it's like America, like because it's like free real estate, that like basically all of America has been taken over by hell, because like who the fuck is going to stop them? It could just be like a bunch of Native Americans that are just like, oh man, shit is way fucked over there. Like they just managed to, like, if we're in a setting with hell, you can imagine some maybe level of like divination, scrying, whatever. Some explorer just kind of went a little bit into the ocean and came back as like, dude, there's like demons. There's demons over there, and like, no, we're not going. We're gonna maybe prep some shit. Maybe we need to figure out how to make guns, because our days are limited if we don't. This is not great. This is not great. Yeah. That could also be that too, Neat, actually. It could be like that. But yeah, that's basically the story. Like I said, there's other events. Okay, this is kind of fun. In 1866, in the utmost secrecy, heretic scientists, aided by the demon Marbus, construct the first modern submarines. I do like the implication that hell invented submarines before the forces of God. I don't know. The thing is, a lot of it is very Eurocentric, and like Europe and like kind of like the Middle East sort of areas. I think it's like, and Turnip is like this too. In Turnip 28, effectively, the setting takes place in Europe, like Europe as a whole. It's all mud and dirt and sadness and roots and mutants and whatnot. And people have asked Max, be like, hey, so what's going on in America? And he's like, I don't know. It's a fucking underwater. Who gives a shit? Like, I don't care. It's not the point. That's not the point of what we're doing. And I think the point of this, like, if I have to be real, if you're like, where's Asia? Where's Africa? Where's North and South America? I think that doesn't matter, because the point is to have this. The point is to have a fucking gun lance as you crusade against the forces of hell, you know? Oh yeah, oh yeah, definitely. And canonically, the demons and heretics have like super science stuff like that. It could be everyone's dead. It could be they might do like they could do that. They could maybe do like a Trench Crusade expansion where it's like well, the game is not even out yet. They got 5 factions. Factions, I have to imagine, aren't going to be super duper complex, so it probably wouldn't be hard to make a new. We'll get into how you effectively kind of like build your army out. It's very war gear centric, so there's actually not that many profiles, but there's a lot of customization. But they can easily go like, hey, we're doing the expansion book. What's the expansion book? Asia. All right, here's like, I don't know, like some more forces of hell. Like, it's like, do you run the Black Grail but with like a Asian sub branch? Do you run like a like China has decided to like implement its own Trench Crusade people, because like, I don't know, like missionaries came over and they're like, hey, shit's fucked, China, you might want to prepare. And then the Chinese people are like, oh fuck, shit is fucked, we should prepare. You know, or like, yeah, they're like Carnival, where it's in Italy. Why? Because canals. Fuck you. And I think that's totally valid. I think that's totally valid. Demons will get no social credit. That's what, like, I kind of, what the thing is, I kind of hope they don't do that. Like, this happens in a lot of games whenever you're like hell and demons, is that you get your own, like, ah, yes, Asia must have the Asian demons. Like, I kind of hope they don't do that. I think it'd be more fun if they stuck to like relatively same demons as everywhere else, and then like the human forces are different. I think that would be cool, personally. We don't need like, ah, yes, the forces of hell have invaded Japan and they've brought the yokai legions. And it's like, I'm totally cool for that. I'm totally cool for that. Yeah. I don't know. There's no mention of Mongols. If the implication is that in Asia, like it's just a gigantic holy Mongolian empire that rides around on fucking, because like World War One was still like World War One did have tanks, but like I think what WW1 was like the last big engagement where like you could have like a lot of horses. I mean, there's horses have been used in warp since and still, but like that was where you could have like a cavalry division. Just a bunch of like Mongolian horse gunners fighting off demons in the fucking that would also be rad. That would also be rad. Okay, that could be fun actually if you just said just like yokai are coming into the church. I don't know. I'd still rather unique human form. This is also a thing too. Like well, this game technically has official models that just aren't out yet. You could totally just be like, hey, I'm doing the Trench Pilgrims. I'm doing the Trench Pilgrims, but I want them to be like, I don't know, like Asian, or I want them to be from Africa. You could be like, yeah, you could do that. There's no rule that says you can't really. The idea that they're just people coming from all over to fight the good fight. And I have to imagine, like, unless the other religions have kind of got their own similar demon brands, like, I'm pretty sure if you're like, I don't know, I believe in X religion, and like a fucking pilgrim is like, there's a goddamn demon, and only Jesus can save you. The point might be a little more compelling, you know? That might be a little more compelling. Anyway, let's go to the game. Wow. I don't know. See, I don't know. I don't want spirits and humans to work together unless it's like an actual goddamn angel. I would much rather the humans get like the really weird tech and angels and stuff like that. Oh, there was one more time for the timeline where it's like, let's see. Okay. I know I was like, let's see. I do. Okay, so this one that did remind me of this. And in 1503, the war prophet Angelos, guided by Saint Eligus, discovered the formula for orichalcum steel, which is also very funny. The idea is just like a fucking prophet and a saint got together like Jesus to Jesus communication, and they're like, we're gonna make really banging holy steel. That's like I do love that shit. How you doing, Mini Dell? Welcome. How you doing? We're going over Trench Crusade, and let's start talking about the rules. I'm not like the biggest rule expert in this game yet, by any means, but I think I generally have a decent grasp of how this shit's supposed to go down. I don't think they really do. Some of the units have some divine things. At the very least, bang my steel hull. What? Nande. Anyways, so basically, it's like table is a good old fashioned 4x4, 3x3 table. You start off with like maybe roughly around 10 units. It's skirmish based. You activate a model, they activate a model until everyone's done, and then you flip the turnover again, stuff like that. Like that, nothing too wild. Begging holy steel. Oh, god damn it. Pain. Agony even. Yeah. But everything in the game is 2d6 based, with some bonus and penalty die, which I'll explain. This chart that's like right here is pretty universally used for everyone. Hold on. I need to get I think I usually shut off my fucking. I'm usually like, no, thank you. Do not wait. Oh, there we go. Okay, it was just I just need to click that. So yeah, I kind of like that. It's very easy to remember. It's you roll 2d6, 2 through 6 fail, 7 through 11 succeed. It mentioned Joan d'Arc was real. I don't think she's still kicking around necessarily. I don't think she's actually still doing shit. I think she was just like not dead. Like, I think they just basically wanted to say Joan d'Arc still happened. Like, she still happened as usual. And she drove the Black Grail from Europe, which I guess makes sense considering she didn't have to fight the English instead. She could do other things. When you activate a model, they can basically do as many actions as they want until they run out of actions or they do a risky action, which is basically like you can move for free, or you can charge once per turn. You can move or charge once per turn. You can also dash, which is you get extra movement, but it's risky. So basically 2d6, 2 through 6, you fail your turns over. Oh yeah, I forgot, like, because like Infinity has like that like whole robot faction where it's like we put a bunch of cool AIs inside. No, wait, no. Joan of Arc. So there's that one, and then there's also a Joan of Arc and Pan. Oh, I might be getting some of that confused. I know there's like AI recreations of famous heroes, and then there's the fucking Pano Joan of Arc. Because I think I have her model. I was told to try Pano when I wanted to get into Infinity, and specifically the military orders, and I think I still got those somewhere. I think I have them in like my closet of like so I have different layers to my pile of potential. Whoa. Like I have some where it's like I will reasonably get to you one of these days. And then I have like a sealed like vessel of like this is deep. This is the deep bucket, you know? Yeah. I mean the cost isn't too bad. You can buy like a whole 300 points, technically functional army for what, like $200? That's not bad. Like, it's a complete army. If it's not your local shop, that does blow. That is unfortunate. And I don't know if those story boxes are good per se, but in terms of just like getting your foot in the door, that's not bad. That's pretty legit. Let's see. But yeah. So basically. So you do all these actions, moving, dash, retreat from combat, shooting, stabbing, and then some units have special actions. Like I said, a lot of units themselves aren't particularly like the basic units are very bland because the idea is you customize them with war gear. And the thing about the entire game, which is how the fucking game works, models don't have HP. Whenever you shoot and injure a model, they get a penalty die. A penalty die, like if you've ever heard of like a roll and keep system, so like the idea of like rolling 3 dice and keeping 2, Trench Crusade sort of built off of that. What you would do is like basically you have a penalty die that your opponent inflicted on you by doing the big shoots. And let's say you want to shoot them. Your opponent can, at any time, you would roll a die with that model. They could be like, I'm going to spend the penalty die to fuck your shit up. And there's different ways to get penalty dice. You could have like a cloaking unit, or you could be like covered in, you could have cover, stuff like that. You're too far away for stuff. Usually like something. Oh, that, I mean, that would make sense, I guess, to try to sell you on something. It do be a bummer though. I kind of get it from a business perspective. Maybe one of these days I'll look, because like Infinity has 2 things I like quite a bit, which are cool aliens and like tactical sci-fi hoods. I love me tactical sci-fi hoods so much. I really do. I really love me some tactical sci-fi hoods. And Infinity got that. Also, generally nice butts. And I would have to say, if you're picking a war game entirely on the quality of asses of the war game, Infinity. You want Infinity. Infinity's the game for you. If disregarding everything else, it's Infinity. Warhammer would fail spectacularly. Everyone in Warhammer, even the Nurgle units, has like a Hank Hill ass. It's tragic. Yeah, no, I haven't looked at the Kickstarter for Ass Wars 5000 yet, but like maybe once they start releasing some prototypes, I'll change my mind. Yeah, I mean, Infinity has like a couple alien factions, a couple stuff like that. I don't know. Like, let's see. Unless you mean like a human dominant one, which is tricky. It's tricky because market research basically dictates that. I'm pretty sure Gordo. I think Crichton's just pulling our legs. Ass Wars 5000 does not exist, and if it does, it should, but it does. It doesn't. Listen, it's too good to be true. It's unfortunate. So So yeah, basically the idea is you keep shooting and damaging your enemies or giving them debuffs. And eventually what you do, also you can, it's also a very mobile game. You can like climb shit, you can jump up and down. There's actually a move later where you jump up on top of like a terrain thing and then you leap down on them. Hello, nobody. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? We're going over Trench Crusade. Yay! I'm introducing war games to people. I am a terrible member of chat. You're fine. Oh yeah, I did get when I got like some of the Morad aggression force, and the Morad hacker is just like a lady with like a red lady with like a cool helmet, and she's just like abs out, and it is real like chef's kiss. It is very mudcore. It's very mudcore. I do have a soft spot for mudcore. It very nice. It very nice. I mean, it's a lot there. It's not wrong. It's supposed to be like World War One, and like World War One was not the tidiest of wars. It was a lot of stuff. A turnip has absolutely been described as mudcore as well. Some people don't like mudcore and they lash out and they use it as like a pejorative. But like I don't know, it's fair. I think it's totally valid that those are mudcore settings, and I like that. I like mudcore when it's in games. I don't like the people that assume that like, oh yes, history. The only real history is everyone's a peasant shit himself to death in a burlap sack. There are some people that are like that, which is tragic because they make online discussions insufferable. But yeah. You can move, you can shoot. Also, there's bonus dice, which basically work like penalty dice in reverse. So if you have a bonus dice for an action, when you roll, you can spend the bonus die instead. So you can take 3 dice and keep the 2 highest. And basically the way you actually hit, like injure something in the game, especially too. Yeah, and some people are like, mudcore is so brutal and real. Let's make Fatal. Unironically, yeah. That like legitimately the funny I don't think I get to mention this during the Fatal talk. In Fatal, the guys who wrote it reference books. And most of their books are like, this is what medieval horrors are like, because like that's what they were really into. That's what they really gave a shit about. Everything else is just kind of like whatever. They're like, yeah. Like different forms of divination, medieval horrors, and anything about from like a Greek philosopher that was like, you know what, maybe women are dumb. That's all the research they did for their realism book. Which is why you could have an ogre with an anus so big you could fit several raccoons up in there. Fatal is a very game. It is the most whores, specifically like trollops, women of the night, tarts. I'm trying to think of any other like fun ways to call someone a whore. Like strollops? No, trollops. Strumpet was what I was thinking of. Fatal. Gordo. Oh, if you don't know Fatal, Gordo. Fatal is arguably it's not the worst tabletop RPG, but it's definitely up there. Nobody shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up. It's a good benchmark for what's considered a bad RPG. Like it's a bloated mess of a book that is offensive to everybody. And if it's not offensive to you, you're a piece of shit. And I say offensive like I'm not like going like having a fainting tizzy when I read it, but it's like, this is fucking stupid. You're a fucking idiot for writing this book. I still get most of the big robots. I think Infinity is like a relatively like budget for. It's just funny comparing things to Games Workshop prices, just because the prices are so expensive. Like it's crazy. Unless you go to my sponsor, god damn it. Unless you go to my sponsor, Collectible Squids. I was so busy trying to like cartwheel into that shout out that I fucked it up. I just broke my own neck mid tumble. Hey, there's nothing wrong with ideas, guy. Honestly, as long as you like, if you're having fun prepping ideas, that's fine. That's totally fine. Yeah, exactly. You only need like a handful of people. Exactly. Like in Turnip. You actually also only need a handful of people in Turnip, but also you only need a handful of people in Trench Crusade, which is kind of nice. We'll get the buying dudes later, but oh yeah, the injury system. So yeah, you don't have HP. You don't have HP in this game. You basically, whenever you roll to do damage, you try to hit a 9 or a 12 to kill them. If you roll a 2 or 6, you just give them a penalty die. which later when you're trying to do damage, you can spend penalty dice to have an easier time killing them. Or you can knock them down, which makes it much easier for any of your melee dudes to beat the fuck out of them to death. So yeah, technically, so like you could put a lot of gear on a unit, and if they get their shit fucked up, they're dead. Which is also, it's a nice way to make melee viable too, because like there's a lot of guns in this game, but down is a condition that primarily benefits melee. You want to get in there, you want to shoot somebody, they go down, and then you run over there and club them. You run over there and beat them with a goddamn club. So that way you can get sick bonus dice, so you're more likely to hit. And there's also tough, which is effectively tough models, like when they get killed, they just get downed instead, and then you have to kill them another time. And that's primarily like if you want to have like big dick spicy creatures. Yeah, especially since the average is a 7 as well. Yeah, it's not like that, Usher. Yeah. And you can buy armor too. So technically the most armor, if you chose like heavy armor and a trench shield, you can make it so only a 12 will kill your model. It's a lot of points though. It's a lot of points, and if somebody does just straight up roll a lucky like 2 6s on the damage, your guy's dead anyway. Like it's kind of neat. Bunch of submitted text. He's like, yeah, I really like it when shooting something like leaves a thing on the battlefield that you can kind of like spend and stuff like that. It's nice. It's nice compared to keeping track of wounds, even though a lot of it is functionally kind of similar. And yeah, we gotta see some more. Once again, the art. Like this guy has done art for quite a bit of things. I think he was a concept artist for Diablo 3 and 4. He's done art for some other games. I think he's even might have worked on Warhammer in the past. He's done, God, this is very tragic. He's done 3 Magic cards. And I say it's tragic because they were all from the Phyrexia All Is One set, and they're all like pack filler commons and uncommons. Like he did them some of the most bitchin' art, and they got like, I'm like not saying that like every art needs to have the strong, like good art needs to have the strongest card. There's some real staple cards that have some real dog shit art. And then like you have these like beautiful things that he drew for this game. And like, yeah, no, this is gonna be a garbage card, you know. Yeah, I mean, why not? Fuck it, put the stuff on the head. You know, get it all wrapped up for Jesus, you know? Yeah, exactly, Matthew. Also, the funny thing is there's also a morale system, which is great. So basically, yeah, if they have like a couple of big units and they start losing a lot of them, you can morale your way into victory. So basically, if you lose less than half, you have to keep rolling checks for action successes. So basically, you have to roll 7 up. So there's a way that you could technically, like, if they have like a big boy and a bunch of little lads, if you murder all the little lads and they get unlucky, you could still win the game that way. Yeah, you do that, you activate, you go back and forth, you move your dudes around until they fuck up an action or they use everything that's relevant to their time. So like, if your guy has a pistol, if your guy has a knife, he could move, shoot the pistol, stab with knife, dash. But the dash, if he fucks up, could just end his entire turn if he dashes early. So there's pros and cons to doing certain actions. And there's a bunch of keywords that interact with each other where it's like, there's gas weapons, but you can buy a gas mask. Infiltrators, like it's stuff that Warhammer has adopted recently again, and I like it. I like universal keywords. There's also like factional keywords, so it's like Black Grail and Heretic. Kind of like, it's like, these are the factions. Also, look at this guy. Look at this heretic fuck. Like, look at him. He's got his little pressurized canister, but he's not doing great. He's not doing great. And so those are the rules. The rules themselves are actually like very straightforward, very, very easy to pick up, which I like. Oh yeah, I don't know how I feel about the new. When it came to Universes Beyond, like Lord of the Rings, fine, cool, excellent, fits well. Warhammer fits well. I skipped the entire Doctor Who set because I'm like, this is a bit much. And then the fucking Fallout set, I'm like, oh, this feels weird. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this a lot. Even though the Fallout one, objectively, I see cards like, ooh, oh, there's a card, the fucking vending machine of when you sacrifice the food, you get a treasure token. That would be incredibly good in some decks I have. And it sucks that I hate it. Take a sip again. Like if somebody would roll up with like a Doctor Who deck, I would still play them, and I might if my local Magic group all gets the Fallout decks, I might crack and still get one anyway. Because I'm weak and I like my friends a lot. I like my friends more than I hate Wizards of the Coast, which is a bond that proves that we are true nakama, but that also means my wallet screams forever. How you doing, Steve? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm giving everyone a rundown through Trench Crusade. Yay! We're gonna try to start a warband. Yippee! Oh yeah, no, that will happen. Yeah, it's me. I don't. Oh, I could put on the glasses for fun. I could put on the glasses for fun. I'll wait till somebody redeems that. I'll wait till I get. So yeah, I'm gonna show you how to make a warband. Also, a sec. Wait a minute. Am I still up? Okay. I was worried because Twitch was like showing me my back screen, and I was like, if my internet is fucking up again, so help me God. So help me God. I'm not ready for that. What would be fun? What would be fun? What would be the most fun? Showing feet. That's a treat. Hey, actually, hold on. Let me do something real quick. I don't think I can show you guys the mimic feet enough. I don't think you guys even know that I have specialty mimic feet. Check it out. Also, check out my fucked up knees. This is not great for my about said skeletal structure, but that's a bit of a lie. My goo structure's not doing great. But yeah, check it out. I got the fucking talons. I got the talons, and I'm schmoovin', and I also have a pants off toggle. But don't worry about it. I'm gonna put the pants back on. Yippee! All right. Yeah. Go back. I have the worst arthritis. No, I will say back when I was a human, like back when I thought I was still a human. I remember when I was little. Hello, Squiggy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? I could post that on Twitter, actually. I could post that on Twitter, be like, hey, look, a toggle I can't use on stream. But I was like, oh, Petra, welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, Meowbernog, yeah, see, yeah. I'm not voring any lizards. No. I think the Texas is probably reasonably sized on you guys. If y'all need me to make the text bigger, let me know. Like I can probably do some fuckery on that. At least for me, this reads fine, but I also have good vision. Oh yeah, I can functionally do naked apron. I can do naked apron. And like if I'm in this form, I still have like underwears, stuff like that. So like I won't do it on this side. I won't do it on this side. I don't want to get the fucking zatsudan where I nerd out. It's tiny but readable. Okay. Well that's I can enhance a little bit. How do I shift it? How do I shift it turnways a bit? Go oh, there we go. Excellent. Okay, this should be much better, and I can kind of kill out some of that white space on the side that I don't think is super needed. Hey, excellent. There we go. No, it's readable. You're tacked. Anyway, hold on. Let me do a little. I'm just gonna nuzzle a little closer to all of you. We're gonna get like real close tonight. We're gonna get real close tonight. I'm just gonna move the entire PDF roughly right here. I'm gonna disregard my diegetic little parchment background wrapper. I could pull that up. I could do that. I could go like, hey, there we go, parchments. Excellent. Yay. Now this should be more readable for everyone. All right. You guys didn't miss a whole my descriptions were pretty good earlier, so this should be fine. So yeah, so basically you have 700 ducats. I think it's ducats. I learned it as ducats as like a joke thing, and I can't undo that, which is fucked up. So you use this to buy your warband. So you use this to both buy troops and gear. And generally, the idea is that, like, yes, you could play this like you and your buddy. I'm just gonna say you have a buddy, Greg, because everyone does. Um, you sit down, you make 2 700-point lists. You do the big shoots, you end it. You play another game, same 200, 700 points, different models. But you do, I think the implication, because it's kind of got that wartime DNA, is you want to build up from that to be like 700, and maybe we're going to do 750, and then like 800, and have units that survive and grow and change and stuff like that. Called ducats. Okay, there we go. I'm not totally fucked. Hello, Thagoth. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Haldrate. Stretch. Big stretchy. Big stretchy. Yeah, so that's what you use to buy your dudes. And of course, there's like some stuff like you can only have like one of a certain weapon per team. And then every dude that, unless it says otherwise, you can get one pistol and one firearm of any type. So you get a pistol or rifle, or 2 pistols. And you can also do two one-handed melee weapons, a single one-handed melee weapon and a shield, or 2 two-hander, 2 one-handers, or a one-hander and a shield. So yeah, for Sapphire Rats, what you were saying earlier, like, could I have a polearm? Yeah, that'd just be a 2-handed weapon. And it's just kind of mentioning the usual stuff as from last time. And we're going to start with the first faction, the Heretic Legion. Oh no, this is still kind of like not flush. That's how big. How big can I get? How big does this want me to? Okay. This is arguably the biggest size. There we go. You know what? Fuck it. I'm nuzzling you all now. There we go. Nuzzle, wuzzle, ooh, you so warm, whatever. Well, we'll do this instead. We'll do this. This gives maximum readability, and also maximum elf on screen. And you gotta see all your nerd stuff. You're right behind me. All right. So yeah, they start off with the Legions of Hell. There's a lot of where it's just like, yeah, there's like I do like the Heretic Legion, though the faction that I will be playing when the game's fully released probably is the Black Grail. Also, Gordo, have yourself a good night and take it easy, yo. And Hassan, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? Glad you're doing great, Fake Off. I'm doing good. I'm doing really good, actually. I get to show off some fun stuff to everybody, which is like one of my favorite things to do as a VTuber. Like I said, I am doing this more often. I'm realizing that as a tabletop VTuber, I have been slacking. I have been playing too many video games, and that's fucked up. So I still will play at least probably 1 video game a week, maybe 2 sometimes, but I do want to spend more streams doing tabletop stuff, whether it's a Zatsu, whether it's running games, stuff like that. Yeah, it's my duty. Also, Grind, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm showing off Trench Crusade. Which is a very neat war game. Because he is gonna make it. It's interesting because like I've always liked this, and like VTubing has been nothing but fun, but I definitely realized that 2023 was the year where, like, objectively, I got lazy. I got the new model, which is great. I love it. But I've got very lazy, and I've been making a lot of changes in 2024 to change that. We're already fucking nearly halfway through February, Jesus Christ. But like, I've been multi-streaming to YouTube. I've been uploading VODs. I've been trying to do more stuff through Blue Sky, which, once again, if you're on Blue Sky and you're like, oh, I want to see Elf on a website that's not Twitter. Bam, here you go. You want to see Elf on a website that is Twitter. Boom. I think it's socials. Boom, there you go. Yeah, so this is the year where I remove the crust off my skills and like really get back to my roots and be doing shit. So this is you did a thing I saw you replying to my stuff, and I very appreciate it. especially because Blue Sky is new and baby. I don't know if Blue Sky is going to be like a Twitter replacement. It has been nice as a miniature person. It's very hard for me to find other mini painters without digging super duper hard into Twitter. Blue Sky has been great for that. I also do really appreciate getting rid of it. It does give me good brain goop, and it activates my chakras and my neurons and my almonds all in the same time. My neuron almond chakra bowl. It's very good. Yeah, it's also good just to be like, it's one of those things where it's like Twitter is too big to fail, but like we've seen like Facebook kind of crumble and like MySpace die, and like it's it's you can't really take a website for granted on the internet. And like there'll always be something that replaces something else. So like it's just how it is. I've been to so many websites that technically now would classify as social media, though they were more like small forums and whatnot. Um, that are gone. They're just gone. I spent a lot of time when I first got steady internet access on a website called oneup.com. It was the EG is like it was Electronic Gaming Monthly's like online forums. And I spent a lot of time. And I still remember, I don't remember a huge amount. There's a guy on there that went by Nex. It was Nintendo, Enix, Capcom, Konami, Square. And I want that name to really sell the point of how long ago this was. This is prior to the Squeenix merger. And it's like, I remember he was a cool dude. And I hope, or whatever they were, I hope they're still out there. I hope they're still out there being cool, you know? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, web rings and anime shrines do still exist, but they are tucked away. You have to go find them. And what's a very interesting thing, I know we're talking about Trench Crusade, but just like Zoomers, some Zoomers, like we're talking like itty bitty baby Zoomers, maybe with some Gen Alpha people, have like gone back and recreated GeoCities web rings because they think it's neat and retro and kitsch to do so, which is like, fuck, but also very cool. Like I got showed a couple of those before, and they're just like personal sites and blogs, but they're kind of done with like like visitor counters and like very low poly gifs. It is kind of like because like Hypnospace Outlaw is a exaggeration, but it's not that much of an exaggeration. Sure, it's extra goofy, and you got like beef brain and like stuff like that. But like a lot of the atmosphere, like the old man making a website for his dead wife, is not that weird. It's not that wild. Oh, okay, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. It does repeat itself. Fucker is just perma offline mode. Yeah, it's. Oh wait, okay. So he's just been doing stuff. Did you reconnect? Because I know there's like, God, there's it was like a fucking pretty famous image for a while of what's it called? It was a famous image of a guy who was like, I used to play like Team Fortress or Counter-Strike with this dude, and it was pretty much like, hey, where I'm at, my country is going into war. I might not see you again, but I want you to know that I cherish our friendship and you'll always be with me. And then that dude never went back online. And I don't care if it's staged or not. That shit still fucking gets me. I still fucking just like feel that in my soul whenever I see that. It's yeah, I know, right? And that has to happen. That's probably still happening now, if anything. Like, yeah, the We Are Two of Soul guy. Yes, yes, yes. You know what I'm talking about. So I wonder if I can find that specifically. If I can find it specifically. Oh, does it got a fucking did it have a fucking Pepe? I guess I was in an earlier era when Pepe was like not as ingrained with just like it was just like a thing. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Let me see. Uh I'm trying to see. I'm trying to look over that one, see if that one's like stream readable. I'm trying to find if it's stream readable, and that's a lot of it's just like there we go. The important part is Arabs. Like basically, he just met this guy with a thick Arabic accent, and they just ended up playing video games together because he's just like, I'm just some dumb kid, and I think this guy's funny. And it says Arab Spring happens. I have no idea where he lives. One day he sends me a message. Bad times friend ahead. Maybe no computer, maybe no home. I will go away, but we are two of soul. I will return. Last online 615 days. And it's like, goddamn. Dude probably unfortunately died, but like it's the kind of stuff when like I don't know. I've never been a big proponent of like the online friendships aren't real friendships. They're different. They're objectively different. They're very, very different. Uh and then like it still means something. I still think it still means something, you know? Yeah, exactly, exactly. It's a lot of it's a less common mindset nowadays because a lot of people are terminally online. That do be happen. Oh, I gotta go back to the. I found the lethargic witch playlist for 1 hour. I'm gonna be replaying that a lot, even though I'm sure on your guys' end I have it turned hella quiet. It's nice. I don't know. I've been some because like a lot of my friends are online friends, and even like friends I knew IRL. In a different era, they would just be gone. I would have just lost track of them. But like these were my college buds. Now I don't have them anymore. I still have them because of online. It's nice. It's very, very nice. Yeah. Let's see. Actually, make much difference between exactly, Dasher, exactly. Yeah, you can post on Discord. I think it's fine for Discord. It's just a lot of it is just like him impersonating an Arabic accent, and in a way that I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. Like he's not saying like real mean things. He's just basically imitating someone putting on a thick Arabic accent. Yeah. Oh God. But 8 years later, I just got married. That's a I. This is also for me as somebody who is like I am a low maintenance friend. I have seen people that are like, "Hey, Hal, we haven't talked in 2 years. How you doing, bud?" I'm like, "Hey, how's it going?" My friendship dial has not changed whatsoever at all. That also means, though, because I am so lackadaisical with friendships, that like I won't realize how long it's been. Where it's like, "Hey, Hal, we haven't talked for a while." I'm like, "No, wait a second, we talked the other." Oh, it's been a year. Oh fuck. Oh hot damn. Oh yeah, vacation friends. Vacation friends are such a wild phenomenon too, because they just happen. They just happen, and then it's just like, well, bye, and then it's like, oh, just like a whole friendship that will just never, that just kind of changes. Oh, isn't the internet a wonderful place? I love it. I love it. I'm forever pro. Internet is a wonderful place. Even if there's a lot of shitty people. Let's see. Let me take a sip, and we'll go back to. This is kind of what I like to. I also will admit that like when I play video games, my attention's diverted. So like I think I succeed better in a zatsudan environment. I do like them though as a way to recharge the batteries. I will say, which I think this is like a good compromise. I got topics provided by the games, but that we're talking over, but. I don't have to be like, well, sorry guys, this is the Vanguard pinball segment. I'm gonna be a little quiet now. Which is not saying it's like a necessarily a bad thing, but let's see. Um oh yeah, so anyway, Heretic Legion and Trench Crusade. Yippee! Um so yeah, basically a lot of the text is just like, wow, shit's fucked. Like there's these like horrible hell cities where there's just like people worshiping like golden calves and like getting ritualistically sacrificed and like human meat markets. The way they recruit, because like even just being like a chumpo in the armies of hell. Oh, we got a ad break. I'll use this as another opportunity to stretch my limbs. Ah, get all motherfucking limber. There you go. I'll give you all a treat who are subbed. You gotta see more elf, mimic elf in the mimicinius form. Ah, there. Get a pop me joints. Oh, that's cute. You had like it was like a vacation friend, but like a kind of reoccurring vacation friend. Can you scrape leftovers? I mean, I do that. I do that already. I don't waste. I like now. I can bone broth the chicken, the turkey bones, and then just put them in my insert directly into tummy. There we go. Anyway, So if you're in a hell city, you're a disposable human cattle, and you don't mean much. If you're a soldier for hell, though, you're considered like, fuck yeah, let's go. And the way they determine who is a soldier for hell is you have to take a pilgrimage into hell. If you literally walk to the gates of hell, you immediately start to catch fire. And a lot of people don't make it. A lot of people don't make it, but it doesn't kill you. If you're too weak, like if you're, unironically, if you're not evil enough, if you're not a big enough, strong enough, will powerful enough bastard to walk towards the gates of hell, you just catch fire for all of time. You're still damned, you're still fucked, but you get nothing out of it. If you can walk to the point where you can see, if you can just see the gates of hell, congratulations, you're a trooper now. However, if you are a big enough beast of a fucking asshole that you not only walk to see the gates of hell, you walk into it, your skin catches fire so hard it will never grow back. Your skin is just charcoal now. However, that makes you so full of evil hell energy that you basically become like, I'm not going to do a lot of Warhammer parallels because like Warhammer definitely has a like, unfortunately, because Warhammer and this game have heavy Catholicism like leanings and stuff like that. Some people are like, oh, this is a Warhammer ripoff. It's like, A, Warhammer ripped off literally everything. And B, it's like, they're very different things. They're so very different things, but they'll be like, huh, that's a guy with armor. 0 out of 10. Yeah. I mean, a lot ironically, many down, that probably would help. But yeah, so this is kind of like where you become like the big dick Chaos Space Marine equivalent, where they give you super cool heavy armor and you can carry heavy weapons one-handed. They're probably one of my favorite things in the game. So yeah. Also, there's the choristers, which are effectively people to directly spit in the face of God as you commit suicide while telling God that he's full of shit. And the Lords of Hell love that. So when you do that, you become like a weird kind of creature that just keeps like saying blasphemies forever from your own severed head. Which we'll see. These are all units you can play in the game. So let's scroll down. So yeah, each faction has a list of weapons you can buy. And like I said, this is like World War I stuff. So you got like gas, you got shotguns, you got machine guns, you got some grenade launchers. The anti-material rifle is not World War I, but if you see anything that says glory points, you get that for doing like big dick stuff during the game, which is also like, hey, if you do a continuous like game where like a campaign game where you build up glory, war bands will change, and then eventually like, hey, maybe one of your people is rocking the anti-material rifle. And then you get the cool big two-handed weapons as well. Yeah, the anti-material rifles. I actually don't know exactly what I guess anti-tank weapons counts. I always like think of like fucking Yoko's rifle from fucking Gurren Lagann when I think anti-material rifle. So maybe that skewed things a little bit. Then you got your armor and whatnot. So keep in mind, so like standard armor is like 20 ducats. A generic bolt action rifle, 10. So that's 30 points to put armor and a gun. Let's get also, this is cool. Every army has a variant. So like, hey, do you want to be a heretical raiding party? So you get some like bonus dice on some things. So I'm cutting this off. Oh my, that rules are still getting cut off a little bit. Maybe if I shrink it just like a smidge. There we go, just a smidge. It'll be a little smaller, but I still think overall this carries some good visions. There we go. Smooth that. There we go. Wow. Wow. Yay. Yippee. Let's go. Gee, fuck this. I think I'm just gonna get rid of that back thing. Yeah, no, at this point, this fits a lot better than the parchment. We're removing the parchment. Also, once again, look at this fucking art. Nah, he's having a great time. Look, no, listen, nobody. He's smiling. He's smiling. He's having a good time. He's having a great time. So basically, this is like a skirmishing hell force where you can buy submachine guns, but you have a limited selection. Like you can't get the anointed, which are the guys who go to the gates of hell. You can only have one artillery witch. You can't get a werewolf, but you can get infiltrators and you get bonus for dashing. So, hey, do you want to run the gotta go fast of hell? You can. So let's look at the lads. Also, once again, beautiful art. Beautiful art. So this is the heretic priest. This is you, or like this is your warband leader. You have to have one. You have to have one. They can move around dudes. They have pretty standard equipment list, and they got tough. So when they get shot down, they just get knocked down, and then someone has to like club them to death. And then we get the Heretic Death Commando, which you could have one. I love this. The silent killer's equipped with stealth generators that hide them from the eyes of God. I love, like, God damn, that's so evocative. That's so fucking evocative of just like, yeah, God can't see these things because they got evil stealth generators. It's so good. Yeah, just yeah, exactly. He's got the funky snake stick, and the snake got little like eel mouth. Got some eel mouth going on. So yeah, these ones can basically, they're hit and run. They can buy, did it come with the spicy claws? I think they come with the spicy claws. Or maybe not. I think you can buy these, like, you can buy some extra cool spicy claws for them. But also, yeah, you can see 95 points, 85 points. And then this is also this is the chorister. This is the guy I was talking about that killed themselves in order to be extra evil. And they basically just cause penalty dice and fear. So they are just a debuff piece. They can't shoot for shit. They can stab good, but that's not really the point. The point is to debuff. Like you might want to spend a lot of money just throwing armor on this guy and just be like neater. You can't do shit. I don't know if that guy could jack off anymore. Maybe just for extra sin. But yeah, this is him. This is the boy, the lad, the default trooper. He has no special abilities whatsoever. He's got a tactical baby. Because why not? You know, we all gotta get a tactical baby at some point in our lives. For the situations where you require a tactical baby. That is somebody else's head, I think. I think there's 3 heads in this picture, and one of them technically are his. So yeah, this is what I talk about where it's like a lot of the units don't got a lot going on. That's because they're made to be customized by gear, which is later on in the book. Later on in the book, you can get like the cheapest you could give this guy, I'm pretty sure, is just to take him and like a pistol. Or like this guy and like a knife. This guy and a knife would be 38 points out of 700. So you could do like 10 knife man. You can have like 10 knife boys, and they have nothing but knives. Now, would that work? Technically, you could just keep throwing dice until you roll 2 6s. You can't give him 10. You can give him 2 knives, which does let him double stab. You can dual wield. But yeah, they're disposable and they'll get shot to shit. Then here's the anointed. This is the guy I was talking about who like they fucking walked past the gates of hell and now they're crispy critters sealed in super armor. They are 100, but they come with heavy armor, which is pretty good. And they have better stats, so they get bonus dice when they use any weapon, when they shoot or when they stab. And they can carry heavy weapons one-handed. So yeah, they're pretty legit. They are big boys. I have some theoretical lists for this game that I'm still working on building. One of them is going to be like dude spam church, where you can give them muskets. The game is like muskets suck, and it's like, yeah, but they're cheap. They're so cheap. And technically, if you can get somebody just to put some damage down, you could probably still fuck up someone's day with some muskets. And then this boy. Ooh, I love this boy. The Werewolf Assault Beast. Not breasts, no. There's a... Not in this book. There are tits on some like there's a new iron Sultan of the Iron Wall model, which is this like really cool warrior guy with like a crescent shield and he's got some cool armor, and then he's just got like effectively like you know how like a falconer, but he's got like a harpy with big bappers. We are gonna get to the nun, which I think is probably fine to show on stream. Probably. Might want to get. I might want to get. Hold on, let me ask you something. When my computer exploded, I lost an image that I need to recover. Let me get that ready. Let me get that ready for the inevitable time. Yeah, I don't know if it's actually a harpy or if it's like a weird because like the Sultanate's thing is they do a lot of like weird wild alchemy bullshit. So I think like if you do want to have like a human fighting alongside like a real fucked up beast, I think you go Sultanate. Here we go. Ironically, I don't have to prepare that for the forces of hell. It's the fucking church that I have to keep that ready for, which is infinite amusement. But yeah, werewolves are kind of neat. They are like basically entirely pre-kitted out, but they will fuck your shit up. They got like real banging armor. They got real banging melee. They cause fear. My theoretical heretic list has one because listen, they're very cool. I can't not. It's a werewolf from hell with metal plates stapled to its body. I could not give a fuck about nudity, but Twitch has other things in mind. Okay, and this was mentioned earlier, the artillery witch. Once again, look how fucking good this art is. Look how fucking good this art is. And the entire thing about the artillery witch is she is a witch that her entire magical ability is drop bomb. That's it. That's all she does. You can give her melee weapons. She just yeets artillery, and then there's a chance they deviate, which is fun. They also have shrapnel inside of them, because why not? Yeah, also you could use that as like a Tremere, like fucking like artwork, and that would be pretty banging. They don't have a TTRPG yet. I imagine it's probably either only a matter of time or like, what would I run this in? I do unfortunately think you could probably use Dark Heresy as a pretty good stand-in for a lot of this. I'd have to research some other systems that could do it. You would just need something that's like kind of like fantasy and gritty at the same time. I don't know. There's probably some other options, but that probably wouldn't be a terrible choice. I mean, I like Cult, but Cult is just like manipulating Gnosticism for fun and profit. I don't know if this would be a great fit for that. I could be wrong though. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know the wild nature that is upper level Cult. Honestly, if we're talking about like weird esoteric like esoteric magic derived RPGs, it's Unknown Armies. Unknown Armies for me. Cult can suck a dick. I love Unknown Armies to pieces. And then here's Trench Pilgrims. Yay! So these are effectively like Trench Pilgrims are just like the rank and file. You're a dude or a lady. The vision of heaven has or you did a big sin. So you're gonna come and you're gonna form a big army and you're gonna shoot the demons and the humans until they're dead. And there's basically just kind of a little summary on that. You gotta see the weapon list. Also, once again, you gotta see the holy little artillery shell. For the most part, the weapon lists aren't that different from each other, but there's some like the church can buy submachine guns on all of their dudes. The heretics can only buy submachine guns without spending glory on some bonus stuff, but they can't buy machine guns. The prices are a little different as well, just like a little bit, nothing too wild. Pretty standard. Then, of course, you got like the holy icon shield and the iron capirote? Capriote. The iron capriote. I have no idea how you pronounce that. They actually have hand grenades. Yes, incendiary grenades can technically count as holy hand grenades. I think that's close enough. I think that's close enough. So yeah, we're good. Then you could also do the procession of the sacred affliction. So you basically okay. So this is the one like if you want to be extra armored. So like the iron capriote is like a cool helmet that prevents fear effects. So yeah, that's true. Actually, that's kind of. I mean, there was gas grenades. I actually don't see any gas weapons in this one. So I think only I think gas is pretty limited to just gas grenades. I could be wrong though, or maybe that will come later for like Holy Grail, like Black Grail stuff like that. So yeah, so basically these are really baller helmets because they count as like armor and they stop you from getting hit by fear effects. So they just if you take this one, you can wear shields and get some cool armor, but you can't wear those cool helmets. It does, yeah. There is kind of a rock paper scissors with like certain gear counters other gear. Like gas weapons can be countered by what's it called? By gas masks and stuff like that. So it's like a good idea to vary up your force. You could be like, all right, that asshole. Like also each helmet costs money though. So like yes, you could equip all your basic troops with the capriote, but each one adds like 10 ducats to the cost. So that adds up. So there's like I think that's kind of neat where it's like the gear is influencing a lot of the decision making and like maybe don't lean all into fear. Or if you do, maybe find some way to kill the guys who block the fear stuff. I do think that these guys are kind of like their thing is like fuck your afflictions. We got ours. Also, this is another thing that I like. See this motherfucker? With the bullet wounds and the gaping chest and the fucking scarification and like the little stuff. He's a good guy! Also, like, as far as I am aware, and I could be wrong, at least in the world of Trench Crusade, generally the church is like the good guys. Like, you know, when you did a Warhammer, like maybe like there are no good guys in Warhammer 40,000. And like, yes, and like I know Space Marines are good guys, but I kind of like where you're like, this is you. This is gonna be part of the armies that will save the world, unironically, like without caveats. And I think that's neat. Yeah, oh yeah, there were Flamin' Warfers. There were Flamin' Warfers a couple of times. He's probably doing fine. He's doing all right. Listen, he's got his little saint iconography, and he's got his little tiny, little bleedy effigy vagina thing. You know, to fuck when you feel sad. All right, so then we're gonna do. So then this is the God's chosen, the war prophet. Also, hello, anthropologist. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? Do mutilate children to service? Ah, that's okay. Okay, maybe I missed that. Maybe I missed that, to be fair. It is a very cool game, though. I do agree it's a very cool game. There we go. We got some more pole arms as well for Sapphire Rats, who's into that. He does got nunchucks as well. Yeah, when you're going against little demons, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you could torture some kids every now and then for the war effort. So, yeah, as this basically you can stop dying once. You got the lay on hands, and then you got the I think that is a hypodermic halberd. I think that is one, yeah. Or if not, that might just be a decoration. That might just be a decoration. I think they'll probably keep the loot. They'll probably keep the look of that. I don't know. I think it's kind of like supposed to be sort of like that. But yeah, the funny thing, they can't equip range weapons. But you can give them melee weapons, any armor. They can do a risky action, which if you fail a risky action, your turn ends. But if you succeed, you can hand out +2 bonus dice. Oh, never mind. You get bonus dice for the risky action. So if you roll like absolute shit, you lose your turn, but you have a better chance. And you can immediately move 3 inches. Okay, so you can use that for mass force movement. You got the Castigator, which is you basically make friendly allies stand up. So yeah, there's this. I think the Trench Crusades are like the Crusaders are like, hey, run a lot of cheap dudes, and then you have your leaders buff them up. Also, I like how Jesus is surrounded by hands, as one does, you know. Okay. Pilgrim Communicant. Okay, this one too. Also, I think they've mentioned in the lore every now and then, a little Mainoff, but like Christian Mainoff. The idea of a Metachrist is mentioned a couple of times, and I don't exactly know what that is. Like, if there's a definition for the Metachrist, I think the Metachrist are they're making synthetic Jesuses, because this guy ate some of the Metachrist, and look at the big boy he became. Actually, let me see. This is once again, the one thing. The one thing that is kind of awkward is that there is not a nice collection of lore. Just like in a pile. It's all very scattered. Because like this is like, oh, the reason this is this is not the only time Metachrist has been mentioned. The Kickstarter models actually mention that. So there's a couple of models that are going to be like mercenaries or like allies that you could ally into your Trench Crusade stuff. There's probably a niche for that, honestly. If I have to, I will, because I do think this game is very neat. So, oh boy, this is a big boy. This is a tank hunter, and that's an ammo monk. These are models these were like the first, like, we're going to make models for this. I think this is even before they're like, this is going to be a war game. This is back in we would like to just make models because we think this would be cool. It's mentioned that the fucking tank hunter also consumes some of the Metachrist. Hello, Pega! Welcome, everybody! Welcome. How are all of you nerds doing? If you do not know me, I am Halbervault the Mimic Elf. I'm a miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. And currently, I'm going to show you all some models I've worked on. Let's see. Hey, different screen. Oh, there we go. This is a better one because I'm bigger. Yippee! How was your stream? I imagine you were painting. What were you painting, nerd? What are you painting? These are some models I painted recently. I gotta open that. Hello, classy Commodore Croc. Smelly elf rat. Hey, I was so unsmelly. I used to have a promotional soap that you could buy. I do smell like painting supplies though. I think that smells nice, but some people might not be so keen on that. Oh yeah. And we're going over the game Trench Crusade. Trench Crusade is a game that is in beta testing right now, early access preview stuff. No, I never got a chance to buy the Nurgle candle. I'm really upset. I would really love to do that. Oh yeah, he's got little scripture written all over him as well. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do. I have one coming in. I ordered the Kickstarter, so I got him. I got the big boy. I got the ammo monk, and I think I got like 1 or 2 bonus models. Which I would like to. I don't know when those are coming out. You were doing Tau. Oh hell yeah, nice. I have been on a big kick recently of doing the Lord of the Rings like Middle Earth strategy battle game. I've been doing a lot of that recently. That's been my stuff. Let's see. I got these from iPhone. This is going to be gigantic, and these are still very much work in progress. But, like, let me see. Let's see. Transform. Fit the screen. Check it out. These are the very work in progress Witch King of Angmar and a Warp Miniatures, quote unquote, Wraith. Also, yeah, it's made by, I'm very bad at names, so I'm gonna scroll back. It is made by the game design is made by Tuomas Pirinen. I have no idea how to pronounce his name. He's definitely was like one of the Mordheim dudes. No, this is not the Lancer guy. This is definitely this artist who's done a lot of stuff and the guy behind Mordheim. Who's been up. I almost delete my VTuber model from screen. That'd be awkward. Oh yeah, that was Goblin with a Fat Ass and Mailgaster done by the Lancer one. Yeah, I saw in the Kickstarter that apparently the models have been made and they're shipping, so mine will come in at some point. And I had a couple of like I said, there's no models released for this just yet, but I found some models that I think work really well that I'm using for. I'm gonna use some models to make some stuff for these. I want to make some models for this game. Hello, Nitrous. How you doing? Welcome. How you doing? How you doing? Got the green dump. Yeah, I mean, listen, short stacks are very powerful. I understand. But yeah, so this is a big boy. He cannot shoot for shit. He's very expensive, even without armor. Because, like, this is 100 base. You have to buy weapons and gear. His big thing, though, he's strong. He's tough. He can take shots for your little dudes. And also, they can remove penalty dice from itself. So basically, it's like, this is your big beater, but also, this is sort of like you shepherd a bunch of little weenie troops, and every time they get shot, he just bleeds extra. Also, that cross is nailed to his fucking face. It counts as an iron capriote, a combat helmet, and a gas mask. If you're trying to do any sort of fear or gas or damage, he does not give a fuck, which is great. Yeah. I'm in no rush for minis, to be fair. Like, I'd like to come sometime. If I had to nail something to my face. I like a to-do list or something practical, probably. Let's see. The trench. Okay. Okay, tits out none is next. Tits out none is next. There we go. So this is the Trench Pilgrim. I believe he's slightly more expensive than a base heretic dude. But the cool thing is, so like this is also another reason, like, hey, maybe you should do a campaign game. When they die, you can buy him back. And when you buy him back, he becomes a martyr penitent, which gives penalty dice when people hurt him, and they get extra bonus melee dice for like bonus dice. So yeah, technically you can have a really cool dude you like get killed in combat, and then next combat you're like, I really like Jerry. He did a lot of cool stuff. I'm gonna spend extra money to bring him back, but as like a cool badass. All right. And then there's the fucking ecclesiarchic prisoner. This is a chump with a bomb strapped to him. I don't think there's really much you got to explain. They have an easier time dashing, and when they die or they activate their explosives, they explode. Oh, never mind. I think it looks like if you shoot them down in advance, they don't explode. So you want to activate it on purpose. So you want to like run, dash, and then like you hit contact with the enemy, and you fucking pull the trigger. All right. So I think I'm gonna need 2 of these. I'm gonna need to. Can't show this in the Christian mangas. We're gonna need 2 of these. Technically, no visible nipples available. This is the Stigmatic Nun. Very cool helmet. Very cool helmet. Tits out. Tits out. Let's see. How do I want to do this? How do I want how do I maximize not getting blood covered tits on my stream? We're gonna play a little game called Hal is gonna take this real slow. It's artistic nudity, but this is a fun mini game in itself. This is neat. Okay. So yeah, she's covered in blood. We're fine. There we go. The Stigmatic Nun. So they have effectively they got bonus dice to everything. You can only give her pistols. She do got that good blood tummy here. I don't want to derive you of a good blood tummy, so we can minimize these a little bit. There we go. Enjoy your tummy, good sir. No, she's too busy covering herself in the blood of heretics. So when Stigmatic suffers penalty dice, the opponent cannot use the marker in the usual way. Instead, you can spend 1 or more penalty dice markers to gain bonus dice. So basically, like, every time she gets shot, every time a bonus penalty is added to her, she basically kind of, like, flips the entire game on its head, which is very fun. It's very neat. More like boners dice. Oh, God. Anyway, hold on. Ah! It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. That's fine. All right, let's go ahead and there we go. Just to make scrolling easier. Here we go. Whippy! There we go. That's fine. That's fine. All right, then the very last model, which is the Shrine Anchorite, which is basically like put yourself inside of the whipping suit. It's a big boy. This is like the werewolf for Christians. It's tough as shit. It's immune to fear, and it comes with its own weapons, which is pretty spicy. So like I need to show you. Look at this. Look at this big boy. Look at this big fucker. It's got it's got a mace. It's got a wheel. It's got fucking like robo shit. Inside of that is a person who is constantly getting whipped in the name of God so that their cool super iron armor can beat the fuck out of heretics. And if that's not beautiful, I don't know what is. And then we got weapons. Yay. So like this is where the real customization is. This is where the real customization with. They found the Redditors don't like it. I like it personally. I can understand why Reddit wouldn't. And if you don't like it, that's fine. It's whatever. I don't mind tits out nuns. I don't mind tits out nuns. You Redditors like everything. Reddit karma and Reddit gold. I have no idea. So like because of where I spend most of my time on the internet for many years, I have kind of got like an implicit dislike of Reddit. It's for the most part justified. Did Reddit kill gold? I don't think so. I think Reddit gold is still available. I know you can, or maybe you can buy like little emblems and stuff you can give to posts. The thing is though, unfortunately, like Reddit is a good source for very niche games. Very niche games, Reddits are kind of like, hey, this is a niche game. We would like to have like a community forum where it's easy for people to find and requires no upkeep. What are your options for that? Reddit, which is Reddit. Discord, which suddenly you have to join a Discord. If the Discord ever dies, everything's lost because it's not there's no archival for Discord whatsoever. And honestly, the more Discords I join, the more you need to find it. That's true. And it's just it's a pain in the ass. However, basically every game both has a Reddit and a Discord. Trench Crusade has a Reddit and a Discord. There is r/Trench Crusade. It has 445 members in it. And like they also link to a Facebook and a Discord there. Because if you're a small game, or if you're really any community, you kind of have to have all three. You could maybe skip Facebook. Facebook is a weird pain point for me because, like, how's that good? How you doing? Welcome. We're talking about Reddit and Discord and Trench Crusade and whatnot. So Reddit, I'm not Reddit. Reddit, at least you can use a screen name. Facebook having to be like, this is me. This is certified name. A lot of miniature people don't care because they're new or they're boomers and they don't give a fuck. I, as somebody who does not like using my name, like the name I use for when I have to do human things, I don't like that. I assume some VTubers probably have a VTuber Facebook, I guess, but I don't know. Yeah, I guess miniature people does imply that they're itty bitty and I let them run around my pockets looking for crumbs to eat. So tiny, so small. Tell. I do like meat. Both the food and VTuber meat's very nice too. She's a very nice lady. I've got to talk to her like really one-on-one a lot, but I've a couple of those interactive are very, very nice. But yeah, so technically I should probably join some subreddits for my eyes crossed. Maybe they did. Oh, if I do like that, it's like kind of smug. It's kind of smug a little bit, which is fun. Like I should probably join the turnip one and the Trench Crusade one. There's also a Minotaurs one if I just want to just post my bronze assholes on there. I could totally do that. But every time I get close, I'm like, Reddit is cringe and filled with Redditors. I'm like, that's a valid point, part of my brain that stops me from succeeding in life. Reddit is cringe and full of Redditors. I should watch out for that. But maybe someday, maybe the year of 2024, the year of how growth and revising things, maybe I'll quit being a bitch and I'll just suck it up and see if it's that bad. Anyway, though. Anyway. Also, because like Amazon reviews are shit, I will admit that I do like air conditioner Reddit, because like usually there's at least people talking and not fucking robots. I was like, hey, Enigmas, how you doing? Welcome. We're talking about Reddit. No, we're primarily talking about Trench Crusade, but we're also talking about how, like, as much as I'm not a big fan of Reddit, that is where a lot of small games have communities at, and I should quit being a baby back bitch and join one. Pega should get it. Oh no, I mean Pega's fine with air conditioners. I think she wants one or needs one. It's the thing that I have to run into every time. Everybody in the UK, you're wonderful, lovely people. Every year I get the same thing. It's so hot, I'm dying, and that lasts for upwards from 2 weeks to a month. And they're like, just buy an air conditioner. Like, we don't need one. It's not that long. And I'm like, it happens every year. Every year you actively melt. Please buy an air conditioner. I don't know the Trench Crusade release date. I actually don't know if they've even mentioned that, to be fair. Crichton said you should get an air conditioner. Like, if it's a financial thing, I understand, but if it's a not wanting. I tried. Listen, I tried to spend my points to save your VIP. That's all I could do. Alas, financial is fair though. I can understand financial. It's the I don't know if I really want to. I don't know if there's like there's not, as far as I can tell, there's not actually a Trench Crusade release date, which sucks. It sucks. If I can take one criticism of Trench Crusade, is finding information is fucking impossible. Like, hey everybody, here's the Trench Crusade website. It's bad. It's bad. It's real bad. You know what happens when you go to trenchcrusade.com? An email list, an FAQ, and a set of links. Now, once again, if we go to the fucking Trench Crusade Reddit, they have links. They also have like pins of the rules and links to the mics, art station with the art, and then the sculptor's information. It's unofficial, but like, goddamn, is it not run so much better? Like, really, legitimately. Look up Zeogenesis. I don't know if I even know. Yeah, having a big fan is close. It's close enough. What's up with this? Wow, it's fucking nothing. It's fucking nothing. There's just like robot pictures, but not even like all the robot pictures. It's just like very narrow robot pictures. There's a playtest link at the bottom, which is cool. It's just all call to actions. It's all call to actions. Wait, they got Gav Thorpe on this though? And Dan Moore. Oh. So the people behind this are like reasonably big. Gav Thorpe was like a big name in Warhammer, like worked for Games Workshop for many years. Dan Morrison is a very good artist. Andy Chambers is on here? What the fuck? This is like, hold on. I'm going to link this about us. This is like a fucking retirement home for old G-dubs people. Oh, God. This kind of goes back to like when I hear issues from like people that used to work at Games Workshop and they're like, the job was fun, but the management was kind of clueless. It kind of feels like that's repeating again. Not saying that these were the management people, but like, oh man, there's another game too that was like made by an ex-Warhammer guy that I cannot remember for the life of me, but it was advertised incredibly bad. Incredibly bad. It's just bad advertising all the way down. Yeah, it sounds like a bunch of like artists, old Games Workshop people, and some just like other people in the tabletop hobby decided to make a decided to make a mech mini game, which is cool. The world could always use more mech mini games. I'm on board for that. Also, I did find a game recently that I haven't got to look at yet. It's on itch. Um, it's effectively an Escaflowne powered by the apocalypse, but with more meat added game. It was people were like, hey, the Avatar fucking powered by the apocalypse game is kind of whatever. This is what Avatar should have done. And I'm like, I would like to subscribe to your web zone. I haven't pulled up, I haven't looked at it yet, but it looks promising. Let me post a link to that. This is a game that I cannot necessarily shill because I've not looked at it, but the ideas and general way of running things seem very promising. The name is a little tricky. It is, what's it called? Like Amor Estir or something like that. Neat, very neat. God, we're multiple tangents. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I did write this down as a Zatsu, so though on YouTube I wrote this down as a tabletop talk because like goddamn, because no one on YouTube is gonna fucking know it. Like I don't know how weeb pilled this would reach people. But anyway, so yeah, you'll see like a lot of weapons. How's How you doing? Welcome. I am going through Trench Crusade. We're showing off Trench Crusade stuff, which is very, very neat. So yeah, it's like, so weapons, like, the thing is, because of the way the dice system works, there's not like damage. It's not like this gun deals 2 damage. It's like, does this gun give you a penalty, or does it have a keyword you like? So like, hey, look, semi-automatic rifle. The difference between an automatic costs twice as much, but you can charge with it. You can make a charge action. That's it. Otherwise, very similar. Pistols, you can use your pistol in melee. Cool. Oh, that's a real mood. That's a real fucking mood. I was lucky that for the most part, MagFest wasn't a huge wallet drain. I was expecting I was going to be buying a lot of shit there, and I lucked out. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, you got shotguns where you can get, so basically you get penalties to injury and bonus dice to hit. Because of penetration, which seems weird. That's a very weird shotgun rule. I'm not super super on board for that, but whatever. Also, Denzel Man. Welcome. How you doing? We're going over Trench Crusade. You got submachine guns, pretty baller. You get a bunch of shots. Muskets are cheap, but they suck. They're cheap, but they suck, and they're risky. They're not good, but like, boy howdy, they're not a lot of money. And so yeah, you got sniper rifles. They get extra range, grenades, stuff like that. So yeah, basically, I'm not gonna go. Yeah, I forget exactly what risky does. We can take a, once again, because things use, like, a lot of guns use the assault keyword. So you know, okay, oh yeah, it's a risky action. So in this game, a risky action, if you fail it, your turn's over. So like, let's say you wanted to fire a musket and then move. If you fired the musket and you rolled lower than a 7, your turn's over. Your little musket guy, the musket just kind of like blows up, and he's gonna have to, or like jams or whatever, and he's gonna have to spend the rest of his turn unclogging that. They are cheaper than guns, though. I think it's cool. It's a nice back and forth. But for context as well, the sniper rifle is risky. So in this case, the risky would represent, like, it takes a while to set up a shot. You got one shot, you get a bonus to hit, but if you roll bad, your turn's over. Like, you're exposed, you gotta get your shit together. Oh, Aslan, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, I kind of like that too. So like, I have a bunch of models that I was going to use for Sludge. Friendship ended with Sludge. Turnip Crusade. Trench Crusade is my new best friend. And a lot of them have muskets because they were going to be made for a game that was more musket focused. I was like, I could still use them in this. I could have a bunch of little church zealot dudes with no armor, a fucking bayonet, and a shitty musket. And you know what? The cool thing about that is that's a reason. I'm sure there's optimal choices that I haven't grinded through. I haven't math super hard, and you're like, actually, the optimal way to play this is to run a bunch of X. And it's a playtest, but also I'm sure that will be true in the completed game. That's just how it is. The idea, though, of like being able to have a varied force like that is very neat. It's very neat. And yeah, you get all your various Get your various other anti-material rifle, extra injury damage, long range, heavy, rare, stuff like that. Yeah, this is we get a cool guy. But I don't think optimally playing is wrong, but I do kind of prefer doing things that are cool, as opposed to getting like super sweaty. Not saying like going sweaty in a war game is bad. I've met some really agonizing casuals who were just like, "How dare you ever play this game with any level of competency? Eat shit, die. I hope you die." And it's like, no, that's not right. That's not right. Like if they're having fun and they're leaving you alone, they're allowed to have that fun. Also, look at the like. This is probably the most like conservative thing in the entire game so far. It's just like a dude in a trench coat with a fucking cool medieval helmet. I like that. Or maybe this is, I don't know if this is like was used in World War One at all. I like it though. I like kind of like when you have the guy with the open fucking wound and you get this dude who's a little more understated. I like that. I like the variation. And then of course you get the fucking Virgin Mary Club, as one does. Various knives, daggers, unarmed, trench clubs, blasphemous staff, which sets people on fire, which is cool. That's one of those, like, these are one of the ones you have to get glory points to get that. Yeah, that's true. I'm sure the church is gonna have the real, like, that's just it, because like the heretics and the like Trench Crusaders Antioch or whatever are definitely the most grounded factions. Once we get the Black Grail, the actual church, and the fucking sultanates, where shit's gonna get bananas. Sultanate is kind of like an intermediary where it's like, yeah, you got dudes with swords, but you also got like alchemical beasts and shit. And then you have the fucking Black Grail, which are like monsters. They're fucking like gross zombie monsters. Yeah, you got to have that. Or like you got the cool trench knife, which is like extra knife. How many levels of knife are we on, my dude? I don't know, 4. We got 4 levels of knife. There's only regular hand grenades at the moment. I'm sure it'll change that. Hey, it's Sapphire Rats. Trench polearm. Trench polearm. They are considered behind cover when charged, so you can inflict penalty dice on them. Wait, is land? Oh wait, do you mean like the book, or you mean like the fucking what's it called? Do you mean are they going to release models? Because I really want the physical copy of Lancer, and I heard that fucking like Black Horse Publications was doing that. Yeah, I'm very excited. That's a that's a fucking hammer. That's a rocket propelled hammer. That's a rocket propelled hammer. Hot damn, nice. And then you got armor, trench shields, and then armor. It's basically like trench shields, the weeniest armor, but you need a hand open. Is it? Consider where it's poking. I think it's rocket propelled. I think it's rocket propelled, so that way you could drive the pick into them extra hard. Yeah, that's kind of chat levels. That's awesome. Did I say hello? I feel like I didn't. So hello, how you doing? How you doing? Honestly, hell yeah, indeed. So yeah, trench shields are cheap, but they require a hand. Standard armor can stack, but they cost money. Heavy armor, and then you can get extra bonus stuff. Yeah, there's the Iron Capriote. So you ignore shrapnel penalty dice and you're immune to fear, which is pretty good. And then they just showed this. They just showed the fucking... I don't even know if... I assume that's a heretical blimp, but I don't know that 100%. And then you can get, like medical kits and gas masks, and you can get like one-use items like incendiary bullets. Get some scopes, get yourself a shovel, which counts as a trench club in melee, and you start the game in cover, which is kind of neat. I also like martyrdom pills. You add penalty dice to injuries, but basically, if you get taken out, you roll twice on the injury table. That's what I thought. It could also be an engineered angel. Like, I don't know. This could be a good guy. This could be a bad guy. Who knows? Yeah, get some flags, get some shrines. Oh yeah, look at these boys. Look at these boys. They're ready to set you. They're ready to pump you full of lead for Jesus. And then they got some scenarios. They got every war game that's new comes with scenarios, because otherwise it's just murder the fuck out of everyone. And this is one of those war games where they're like, we encourage you to put a lot of terrain on the table. So this is like standard capture the flag in the midpoint, stuff like that. And yeah, this is how you get glory points. This is how you get glory points. Which you can spend on cool weapons and armor and troops and stuff like that between battles, which is neat. Oh yeah, I agree. Like I do think for beginner games, just like capture the flag or murder the fuck out of everyone's fine, but it does keep a game very spicy. And yeah, this is the rules, the playtest rules that are available for Trench Crusade. Still playtest. I'm still sure a lot of it's being worked on. I want to show you all. Him, lad. But it's cool. I enjoy it. I probably need to get into the Reddit and the Discord and the probably not the Facebook. I think Facebook is the one line as a VTuber I don't need to cross. Discord probably bare minimum. Probably should join their Discord bare. But yeah, I'm excited for this game. I'm still working on try to get some people playing locally. I haven't had great luck yet, so we'll find out. This might be one of those games I only play online, but yeah. So yeah, that is Trench Crusade. And now, time for part 2 of the stream. So, something I did when I did the Rick and Morty dungeon, which I think I have a VOD for that up somewhere. If not, I need to stitch together a VOD for that because my internet died real bad because the Rick and Morty dungeon cringe was too powerful for it, which is very funny. At the end of that stream, we went through an issue of Dragon magazine, and that was a lot of fun, and I would like to do that again. So I have 2 issues of Dragon magazine, which I physically own, by the way. Hold on, let me get some ruffling magazine ASMR. Whoa, wow! You can hear the magazine shuffle. I hope. Hi, Ivan. Welcome. How you doing? Thank you for calling me cute. No, you're cute. Shut up. No, you don't have to shut up. I'm just kidding. But yeah. So I just finished up talking about Trench Crusade. And I want to go through some issues of some Dragon magazine again. And I picked 2. Both of them predate D&D 3.5. These issues were from Dungeons & Dragons 3.0, which was D&D 3.5, but more jank somehow, which is an accomplishment considering I love 3.5. It is a jank piece of shit of a system that has some really cool ideas. I picked 2. We're gonna start with the first one. One of them because I know a lot of you are gonna go ape shit over the cover, but also because I really like the front. Oh yeah, no, Dragon magazine would go. Yeah, definitely. It was around for like the old days. I've only really super experienced it in the 3.0, 3.5 era. That was my heyday of Dragon. The front basically has like world building advice. And I was like, let's see how world building advice circa. When did this issue come out? This issue came out in March 2002. This magazine is older than some of you. Yay! Let's fucking go. Okay. So, I need to take a very short idle break, and then we'll get started on that. So I'm gonna dive into the depths. I'll BRB. I'm gonna BRB. I'll BRB. I'll be real short. Did they still publish it? I was not aware they did. If so, it's a different beast from the one I liked. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Oh, it's called Dragon Plus. Okay, because like I know they did like a 4th edition version of Dragon, and it was fine. There's some cool tables for building your own god that I enjoyed. For that. There you go. Let's go. Let's get big again. Let's get big again. They stopped in. Oh, okay. Oh, so it stopped recently. Oh, fuck. Okay then. I guess considering the fact that Wizard of the Coast laid off like a bunch of staff, I'm not surprised. D&D 5th edition was already basically ran as a skeleton ship. It was already ran as a skeleton ship. Yeah, who that cool guy? Me. Oh yeah, it's Sapphire Reds. I can show you before we switch. I can show you the werewolf real quick. It's literally a werewolf from hell with a metal plate stapled to it. It's really baller. You cannot customize it in any way, but it is like an incredibly melee beast that's hard to kill. Like it's got maximum armor. Like you have to roll 12. You have to roll 2 6s for damage to kill it. And even then it has to be knocked down. It might be named after that trebuchet. Maybe. Anyway, let's go into Dragon Magazine. So now, considering that what I know about all of you, I want you to look at this cover, and I want to see what your reactions are, because I feel, on one hand, I think this will have good content inside the magazine, but I also I know you guys are going to go apeshit for this. So 1, 2, John. Dragon Magazine. Hey, can we zoom in a little bit? Well, there we go. Yeah, I figured muscular lady like chiseling the fuck out of a planet. Oh yeah, I will say, Dragon Magazine's covers universally are like, mwah. Outside of a couple of stinkers. These are all very, very, they are for the most part like pretty legit. We'll see. Also, let me know. I think the size should be good enough. for this. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. I imagine if you did like Heavy Metal Magazine. If you did Heavy Metal Magazine. Oh, hold on. Oh, there we go. If you did Heavy Metal Magazine, like you're a fantasy artist, there's probably not a lot of work you get outside of like D&D, metal covers, Heavy Metal Magazine, and like maybe some comic work. But yeah, so I'm curious what it's like. Emmy-winning games and rethink religion. I'm very curious what that's going to be like. The Iron Man cartoon or the fucking magazine? What's sexual attraction to monsters? Oh, okay. I didn't know there was I didn't know teratophilia was. I didn't know monster fucker was a designated. I didn't know monster fucker was a designated philia. I mean, I knew there are monster fuckers, and I hope so, because I hope some of you are my viewers. But I did not know that was like, yes, there's a name for this in the scientifical name. Also, let's see. Time to take off the ears. They've been a while. Medically diagnosed monster fucker. Oh yeah, that was true. That was the early version of the Adventurers League, where you would like do little preset dungeons and you would run through them, and you would record your things and you get set designated. It was effectively kind of like hammering D&D into kind of like an MMO, kinda. And yeah, I haven't fucked with the 5th edition Adventures League. A friend of mine ran some Adventure League for 4th edition at our local shop as like a favor. And those are relatively fun. What did I play? Oh, what class did I play in the Adventure League? Oh, I played a bard. Okay, there we go. So let me stretch. Well, it's a favor because like it takes a lot of work to run these. And as a game store, it's objectively good to run them because like, hey, people will come to your store more. When they're at your store more, the longer you're in a game store, the more likely you'll buy something. I can prove that. Because that's what happens to me. Very rarely do I go to a game store and leave with nothing. I'll at least buy like a pack of cards to support like my LGS. Even if objectively buying packs of Magic cards is incredibly stupid financially, but like it's more like a tip to be like, thank you for being around and being a place you can play games at. I will buy 1 monster for fucking, and 1 for lending, and then 1 for display. Oh god, does that otaku credo still exist? Like I buy 1 copy of a manga for reading, 1 for lending, and 1 for display. I have to imagine for some people it does. Yeah. Also, game stores will sell snacks if they're smart. 100%. Mine does overpriced soda and some some candies and whatnot. That's insane. I swear that's been a thing for a while. I know Kodana Lucky Star definitely mentions it. So on one hand, I was like, that means that's not that old, but also Lucky Star's what, like 2006? When was Lucky Star new? When was Lucky Star new? When was Lucky Star? 2007. Okay. Anyway, let's ignore that fucking time bomb and let's do a different time bomb. Also, here's the art by itself. You get to see once again Muscle Lady chisel the fuck out of this earth. Goddamn, look at her go. I can't tell. It's like I was gonna say she's pissed. No, she's just determined. Like you reach that level of determined. I also think the music stopped as well. Let me get back to the lethargic witch. I keep it very quiet on my end. Yeah, they flip flopped it. So yeah, we're gonna go. Ooh. Oh, also, I did read this Monsters with Class article in advance because I was like, this is gonna be some bullshit, and I was right. It is some bullshit. Also, once again, all this art is very good. Like, I think, like, look at that motherfucker. Is that Mordenkainen? Mordenkainen? I can never, like, my attachment to Greyhawk as a setting is like a couple of articles on the deities and like a little bit of extra lore. I don't know a lot about it, to be fair. I know St. Cuthbert is fucking great. I love him. And Weejas is a very neat take on a goddess of magic and necromancy and love because it's just kind of mixing that shit all together. I don't know if she's necromancy. She's definitely magic and love and some other shit. Double check. Let me double check Weejas. Weejas. She's also got like a really bitchin' holy symbol. Yeah, okay. She is she's a lawful neutral goddess of magic, death, vanity, and law. And she's also, I think, got a little bit of a romance portfolio. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't hate it. Like it's one of the things. So Greyhawk was, I believe, for a very quick Eric Mona. That's a name I haven't heard for a while. I believe Greyhawk was Gary Gygax's kind of like setting. And as a setting, it was kind of like, there's some places and there's some like castles and dungeons and shit. And it's kind of like one of those ones that's like really great for running a game in because it's like, here's a bunch of stuff to fuck around with. You don't have to worry about layers and layers of details like fucking for Forgotten Realms, where every single stone has been cummed on top of by Elminster, and then every inch of the globe has been explored. So like, it's cool for that. It's cool for that. But yeah, right now, and this is true for everything. When it comes to fantasy settings, nobody gives a shit about your fantasy setting unless you give them a reason to give a shit about it. And this is something that I kind of come into thinking about as a creator. If I ran a game right now and a homebrew fantasy setting I made, a lot of the reason people would care about is because I did it. And I'm like not even really a micro celebrity. Greyhawk, other than historical value, doesn't have a draw really much anymore. Dare you answer my magical setting? Run a game right now. Oh god, if in theory I could. I don't necessarily want to because I want to go through Dragon Magazine, but I do want to run more games for chat. That will be a thing. That will be a thing in the upcoming future. Do not worry. Do not worry. Also, so, you know what's really fucked up, everybody? But you know what's really fucked up? Valentine's Day is next week. And I was like, you know what would be neat? If I could play a Warhammer dating sim for shits and giggles. You know what doesn't fucking exist? You would think You would think there would be one. You would think there would be a single goddamn dating sim with like Rule 63 Primarchs or anything. No. Or if there is, I have to dig for it because I have found shit. I have found fucking nothing. And it's like, that can't be right. That doesn't feel right. Warhammer 40K is it's a big old fucking setting. It's been around for a while. No, I wish it was insane. I wish it was insane. Here's the thing. I wouldn't even give a fuck if it's boys love. If I could stream it and it's not gonna show like, shit to get me. That's the tricky thing. That's the tricky thing. I know what fucking femboy skitaris do to all of you. Your nerds activate in a way that I could not control. But goddamn, if there was a dating sim and I could stream it, I would swallow my own pride and I would stream that. I don't think so because Archon of Flesh is very pornographic for the most part. But it doesn't exist really, no. So I don't know what I'm gonna do for Valentine's Day. Last year I played some neat dating sim stuff, and I kind of want to do that again this year, but I don't know what yet. So I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Anyway, that's a tangent within a tangent within a tangent. Yeah. The other thought was just to, like, I don't know, do a Renpy stream where I just work on making a fucking dating sim. Just build one on stream. Just like, fuck it. I'm going to make something. I'm going to make the most rudimentary Warhammer dating sim on stream in 4 hours. Like a fucking game jam, but streamed. I might have to resort to that. I might have to do the unsexiest thing ever. The least romantic activity and program in Python on stream. Listen, Python's a fine language, but it's not erotic. I'm sorry. Oh, hey, there's Phil Foglio too. I don't know. This is a controversial statement. I'm not a big fan of the Foglio's work. I know they're very goofy and they have a lot of soul. I just don't like the way they look. And a lot of people are like, it is them, the bastion of soul in tabletop games. And I have never liked any of the Foglio's art for years. So yeah, they're talking just like the little preface, stuff like that. No, that's the problem. Like, that's the problem. That could also be a thing. If I made a Warhammer 40K dating sim, Games Workshop would crush my balls with a mallet if I got money for it. What I would need to do is make no, I can't use Love Dagger because that was already a TG project. I can't use Love Dagger. It would have to be like legally distinct Warhammer. It'd be like, yes, Battle Brother Frank and none of nastiness Matilda are your options, or a skeezy demon, something like that. You could do that, but I literally cannot say tech priest. I'm going to insert my USB stick into your USB 3 port. I can't do that. Or if I do that, I cannot receive financial money for that. Yeah. I don't know. I could see maybe some romantic chill. If it's a kind of romance where like you're married to someone for 10 years and you cuddle up and you each got a bowl of chili and you're watching like maybe some horror movies together where it's like it's not sexy, but it's romance. It's like peak. We love each other, and we definitely are gonna spend the rest of our lives together. So let's have some chili and cuddle into the blanket. I think you could do that. I think that could be. You could totally cover up with chili. Listen, the Snuggie has been around for years. You could eat chili with Snuggies, 100%. So yeah, then we get the old we get people letters from the dead. Letters. I didn't say letters from the dead. People, listen, it's only 20 years. Robert Maciel of Ogden, Utah, probably could still be alive. They could still probably be alive. Focusing on a girl mad she was in some porno shoot with her stepfam. That's a lot of words. That's a lot of words you put in there. So yeah, the thing is, a lot of these are references to previous issues. So like, I can't really, I'm not gonna read through them. Oh, caption contests. Oh, caption contest. This is still where it's like, yeah, there's still that little bit of like, a lot of the comics in Dragon Magazine were boomer as fuck. Downer was legitimately amazing, and Order to Stick was fun. Nodwick is a piece of shit, and I hate it. Hey, Nodwick, fuck Nodwick. Fuck Nodwick. Hold on, I need to post a picture of Nodwick. If he's not in here, I need to show you a picture. That's probably the caption they use for that. Let's probably legitimately the caption they use. Oh, there we go. This is Nodwick. This is Nodwick. Yeah, Order Stick used to have like, it wasn't the exact issue, like it was like a parallel like funnies version of Order Stick, whereas like it was the same jokes. It was the same jokes, but it wouldn't, but like the plot was just non-existent. Like the characters would show up and there'd be jokes. There would be no plot. It was just goofy little bits. So like, I'm just gonna read this. I'm gonna pause. We made it to the treasure vault. Everyone start grabbing stuff. Nodwick the henchman, you are the first mortal in 100 years who touched a ruby of Ultinar. You are granted one wish. Name it and it shall be done. Sorry, Ruby. He's a salaried employee, not entitled to a share of the loot. Therefore, we wish our treasure haul to be quadrupled. My condolences. That's okay. I'm used to it. That's it. That's a Nodwick. That's a Nodwick comic. That is a fucking newspaper's funnies. Like, it is legitimately like a fucking like, I hate Mondays. No, Garfield at least now has meme humor, kind of like meta humor stapled to it. The old, what is the old crud entry? I don't know that one off the top of my head, but it's just like it's boring newspaper comic bullshit. It's I despise it. I've despised it every year until recently. I also like how there's a guy who's just like, hey, I noticed there's 14 less pages. And then basically they're like, hey, how many ads do we got? How many ads do we got? That's the page count. Okay, here's this caption, the winner. What a laughable trap, spraying me with butter, herbs, and spices. I mean, you did have to pay for this. Wizards of the Coast not putting out enough like shitty web articles, that's whatever. That's fine. You did have to pay $6 retail in 2002 for this. So I could see also there's also people mentioning prestige class numbers got mixed up. Humor has definitely evolved for better or for worse. I don't know, but there is stuff like this where it's just like, I don't feel it. This legitimately like D&D is a hobby. Maybe less so now. There's definitely old people that still play D&D. Like legitimate honest to God boomers, like people from the late Geneva crowd probably are still playing the game to this day. And I don't want them to stop. I don't want us to be like, and I'm glad they're out. Fuck them. No, I think if you're an old. Oh, that's what you mean. Okay. Oh my, okay. I don't want to spoil that yet. Oh, I didn't realize that was in here. Oh, Bad Apple, how you doing? Welcome. Oh God. So every time there's an edition change, every time the same argument happens. Oh, it's I'm leaving. It has become more video game. Hey, by the way, if people know 4th edition D&D, everybody's like, 4th edition D&D. This is a video game for WoW babies. Also, Ivalon, thank you for pointing this out. I nearly missed it. D&D 3.0 was called the fucking Diablo edition for babies. It was Diablo 2 edition for babies. And it's even funnier because D&D 3.0 and 3.5 came out with a fucking Diablo third-party book and a fucking World of War. D&D 3.5 had multiple official, I mean like Blizzard made official supplements. You could buy a goddamn official World of Warcraft D&D 3.5 book. I almost picked up a copy. My local shop had some. Like, somebody traded their whole collection. But I was like, I don't give that much of a fuck about WoW. And I went back and somebody cleared out their entire stock. It's like, well, yeah, no, it'd be like that. All right. Well, hold on. I'm going to pause the audio. I'm going to take a drink. Some of them were reasonably valuable. A lot of them weren't. A lot of splat books and like third-party stuff are pretty shit. However, I generally go through those with eBay out and like look around because I can usually tell. Like, for instance, I got a copy of the fucking Knights of the Old Republic source book for Star Wars Saga Edition at my local store. They're like, it's like $30. It's like $200. A new copy of Mordheim is like $200, and I got that from my local shop for like $30. They don't know nothing. They don't know shit about game prices. But anyway. Oh crud. Also, they did not respond to this one. This is a nerd yelling into the void, but yelling hard enough that they put him into plot. I love Star Wars Saga Edition. I love the weird in between offshoots. Like, I love Gamma World 7th Edition as like a weird 4th Edition offshoot. They're like the little, like, whenever a like a species evolves and it doesn't quite survive, but it has a bunch of neat things it was doing. Like, when you look at a dinosaur with a cool, like, this has got like a cool frill or whatever that could do neat shit. You're like, it's a shame you died because this was a cool idea. Anyway, I gotta get nerd voice. I can't seem to find anywhere else to display my disgust. I have played D&D for over 15 years. I love the game and have spent hundreds, if not thousands of dollars on the books, miniatures, and so on. I even went to see that horribly disappointing movie. The worst blow to any true hardcore fan is this 3rd edition. Talk about dumbing down the best role-playing game on the face of the earth. The powers that have taken a game that built on people's imaginations and turned your work for your reward and turned into an idiotic, childlike version of itself. You don't work for your reward. The new spells and psyops are silly. The prestige clash is a pathetic addition, and forcing the rest of the gaming world to change everything that we've learned for 20 to 25 years is just plain hell. I have seen the rise of D&D now, and I'm sad to say I have seen the beginning of the end. You have shot your foot, and you don't even know it. This is one devoted TSR fan and GM of 30 players that will not buy another product and does not allow any of this crud into their game. Until they start making products that reclaim their honor and glory, I say to all that will listen that this D20 system is a destroyer of the greatest game known to role-playing, and those who use it are not true D&D players and masters. Hello, Primrose. Yes, it is, like, nothing's changed. This happens every edition. And, like, I'm not gonna say he's entirely wrong. D&D 3rd edition definitely did fuck up some long-standing things from the game. It is just the way they phrased it is unfortunately like very similar to every nerd freak out on the internet. The Oh Crud is basically like the archetypal I am a nerd and I am upset that you made a change that I did not like. It is very funny. There's also the things like the things they complain about. This is also I'm going to tangent a little bit to this. Are like it's oh yeah no. I mean, as they should, because Wizards of the Coast is trying to make D&D into like a weird fucked up lifestyle brand subscription thing. But like they don't be like, hey, base attack bonus is a stupid mechanic. Feats are incredibly dumb. Why does my fighter suck compared to the wizard? They're claiming about like really weird intangible stuff. Idiotic childlike version. New spells are silly. Prestige classes are pathetic, which a lot of prestige classes around this time were garbage. And they're talking about like reclaiming the honor and glory. Like this is pure nerd rage. Like this is inarticulate, like, and like I understand, like I can't empathize. You put a lot of time and money, and then you're being told that, like, hey, when an edition change happens, it sucks. It sucks in the same way, like, hey, let's say you enjoyed 9th edition Warhammer 40k. Now 10th edition's around. No one will play your game. So you have to go more grassroots. You have to prepare for more things. Your stream of new players is going to dry out unless you put like boots to the ground work to get a game going. Like, you could still play people still play 2nd edition. People still play the OSR movement is a testament that people still play Redbox D&D or Rules Cyclopedia D&D or all kinds of old variants of D&D. But you got to put in the work. You got to put in the work for that. Yeah, I mean, Leia, no one will play 9th edition. It's like you play 10th, you play Old Hammer, or you maybe play 6th, maybe. Yeah, so I don't know. And this happens every time. This happened when Pathfinder came out, and like Pathfinder was a weird scenario where, like, because it came out when the 3.0 grogs were angry, 3.5 grogs were angry, they could just slip into it. But then when Pathfinder 2e came out, basically the same shit happened. It happens every time. But yeah, anyway, nothing about ripping on that. And then, also, this is back when Gary Gygax would write for Dragon Magazine directly. He would write, and like, I don't know if I'm going to read the whole thing. This is a tricky thing. It is a magazine. It is a magazine, and there's going to be a lot of text. This is definitely a quick skim through. So, Dustman, how you doing? Welcome. So, like, if you want to read this, like Gygax telling tales about when he would GM. I resorted to many insidious tricks, Among these was a simple ploy that brought much mirth and much joy, balanced mirth. So yeah, so like you can do that. You can read through that. We're gonna keep going as well. Just kind of mostly go into the articles probably. This is okay. I also forgot about Zogonia. This is another comic. This is another comic about, like, party things. The weird thing is, like, I vaguely remember kind of liking this one, but, like, reading through that now, it's like, what are you doing there? Making a list? Are we dividing up your magic items? What? Don't worry, Domadu. You can still use them for now. Since you're not dead yet, this list is for when you die. Oh. Is there any chance that you guys will use my orb of life to resurrect me? Kev said we'd be too grief-stricken to remember. So, like, that's better than Nodwick. Still not great. Still, like... Maybe it's just me, and I'm sure maybe if I read it now, I would change my mind. I always, like, order the stick as, like, this is a comic that references rules and tabletop nonsense, but, like, I found it was amusing because of it. I don't know. This is definitely better than the fucking Nodwick comic, which once again, Nodwick can eat my entire balls. I think Noble Knight games still exist, actually. Hold on. NobleKnight.com. Oh, actually, they're like... Yeah, no, they're still kicking around. Also, ironically, they're wanting you to cash in your D20 games. Like, they're trying to do like a D20 buyback system. Huh. No, these prices are bad, but like, that's neat. Yeah. You could totally go there. I think I see their eBay store as well. I think they were selling like... Oh, by the way, hey, did you guys know there's a Trigun tabletop RPG? Did you guys know there's a Trigun one? Because there is. There's a D20 Trigun book. I cannot imagine it's any good, but it definitely exists. Let me see. Let's see. I've never actually looked through it myself. It's been in my eBay like to buy list for basically forever. Oh god, this is an incredibly low resolution picture. But yeah, let me put that on there. Because there actually used to be a decent amount of like anime D20 versions. There we go. So basically the way they would run, because like they're interesting. Like here's the Trigun one. Effectively what they are is like a setting book, a fan guide for like an episode guide and like a character guide. And then the flimsiest, absolute hot garbage D20 system mechanics you've ever seen. Very bad, but very entering as collector's items. Like there's a Tenchi Muyo one, I believe, too. I forget if they had like spaceship stuff, which would be very fun to look at. Tenchi Muyo is one of those series that I remember watching on Adult Swim a lot. Or not Adult Swim, Toonami. And I didn't watch enough of it to get a coherent plot, but I would really like to. I would really like to do that one of these days. I need to do a full watch on. I don't think there's a fist. There's definitely, hey, if you notice the anime that's getting adapted, there's definitely a common denominator. I will say there's definitely a common denominator. Yeah, there's the Tenchi Muyo RPG and resource book. Hello, Commander Mittens. How you doing? We're going through Dragon Magazine now and looking at all the very light. Oh yeah, the Tristat. They were the ones that did Big Eye Small Mouth, right? Which apparently, I think Big Eye Small Mouth is getting a motherfucking reprint, like a second edition reprint. Let's see if I can find it. Small Mouth Kickstarter. They did a 4th edition one. They're also doing... I swear they're doing like a 2nd edition reprint as well. I need to... Oh, yeah. They're doing a Big Eye Small Mouth, which was like, for a while, Big Eye Small Mouth was like the anime game. It was like the anime game. And when I mean anime game as in like, what is anime? Pokemon, Ghost in the Shell, and like maybe some asshole with a sword. Like it was like that era. Oh, also a schoolgirl with a katana whose panties are gonna get shown. That's anime. We made an RPG. You're welcome, assholes. You're welcome. Which is very funny. I don't think 2nd edition was good. I remember Big Eye Small Mouth, the D20 edition, which was one of the most broken, stupid piece of shit D20 books I've ever seen. Oh yeah, I mean, there's definitely different eras of voice acting. So like fucking Ryuko, like the silver blue haired lady, definitely has like a mature woman's voice in a way that I don't think's bad. I like it personally, but it's definitely an acquired taste now. Ryoko, thank you. Goddamn. Like I said, I have barely watched it in many years. I'm sure they did a 5th edition. It's so easy to do 5th edition because it gives you... oh no, I've seen that at my shop. I've seen anime D20 at my shop, and I'm like... It's one of those things where it's like, I understand. You're a book company. You gotta put food on the table. 5th edition D&D is the biggest RPG, objectively, in terms of player base. If you make an anime version, it will sell. Because 5th edition onlys will never leave. My goal is to introduce people to other RPGs, or even older editions of D&D, that's fine. Anything to stop 5th edition onlys. But, as much as it pains me, and I would rather they would play a different game, I understand and it makes me sad. But you know what doesn't make me sad is when those official Nares fan club whippy. I'm in the corner. Oh, I need to like power stance. But yeah, if everyone does not know, this is my wonderful snake Nanners. Also, good news! Nanners is moving. I saw her out of her hide today. I want to see if she does it again. I want to see if she does it again. Because if she does it again, I need to go buy her a rat and give her some food. See, as an increase in ranking as well. And then, so Squig increase in ranking. Aslan increase ranking. Let me see if I can find you. Oh God, where's your name? Where is your name? I have you down, Junior. Okay. I see you. You are in. Okay. You're going to Junior. Okay. You are not in Junior yet. There we go. All right. Aslan, welcome to the junior rank of the official Nanners fan club. And Squiggy, let's see. Let's spin the update wheel. Will the update wheel update the rankings? Let's do it. Let's beep boop boop beep boop boop beep boop beep boop boop beep. Hey, Squiggy, you're the treasure. Let's go. Welcome to your treasurership. I'm the real Squiggy. Welcome to the treasury of the official Nanners fan club. Let's go. Wake up party. I'll soon. Once she's moving around, I'm going to take more photos and videos and stuff like that. I don't know if she's going to do that for certain though. Oh, I just gotta shuffle back to my little corner. There's a little YouTube checkbox. Which that's fine. If no one mentions says a whole lot on the YouTube side. I do multi-stream these to YouTube. Like I said, mostly for archival though. That's okay. The best part about being a treasure is you don't have to do any work. It's great. All right, let's see what they got going on. You're allowed to embezzle. It's fine. There's snake bucks. It's fine. Yeah, legit. Why would you be the treasurer if you don't embezzle? If you're not going to be the treasurer, objectively, the vice president's the best position because the vice president does none of the work, but gets vice president has the best work to reward ratio. I was the treasurer. Oh God, not treasurer. I was the vice president of my high school's Japanese fan club. Don't block the comment. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Let's move. Let's shuffle. I'm here spitting gold. Crichton do be spitting gold. There we go. We'll go there. We'll block a little bit. It's fine. Just a little bit as a treat. All right. Yeah, exactly. It's yeah. You're just a hype. You're just a hype person for the press. All right. Anyway, let's see. It's a good rule to have. Yeah, you don't do much. And you get a bunch of stuff. All right. So yeah, check it out. So they are showing you. So you get some little maps. Cool cavern tiles. Neat. Oh shit. Okay, they actually gave you cavern tiles in there. Oh fuck. Oh, I see what's going on. Oh, I see what Crichton's doing. I see what you're doing. Okay. I see the bit. All right, let's go ahead and activate the fucking beep boop machine. Beep boop boop beep boop boop beep boop boop beep. All right, Crichton, welcome to the vice presidency of the official His fan club. I'm sorry, Squiggy. You are no longer treasurer. Implacable Limit is now treasurer due to the whims of RNGesus. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry it had to be this way. No, it's fine. It's how it is on this bitch of an earth. Yeah, you didn't embezzle in time. The review came back and did not embezzle, 0 out of 10. Hey, this is also the kind of cool shit you would get in Dragon Magazine. They would just give you dungeon tiles. Sure, they're printed on flimsy magazine paper. That's still neat though. I still liked it. There's soul. Also, every time I flop in, the YouTube chat goes away, which is excellent. Yeah, these are pretty decent tiles, honestly. These are still usable. If I was to print out a sheet of these and decide to run a game or put them into fucking Roll20, I still need to do Foundry stuff. I bought Foundry for Black Friday, and I'm like, I need to do something with this. And I'll probably do it for the next game I run. Maybe. Something like that. We'll see. For me, it's not so much I can handle picking up a new game, a new virtual tabletop. It's making it easy that I could be here's a link, person who has never played a tabletop in their life. Here you go. But the thing is, if you glue it to cardboard, I'm pretty sure these are reversible. So you would lose half of it. You could laminate it. Laminating it would be good. Or you would just buy 2 copies and you would just glue You just buy the magazine twice. Which $5 for some pretty decent tiles is not great rate, but it's fine. There's actually a lot of these in there. Oh god, fucking Dork Tower. This is also another incredibly terrible comic. However, you might recognize the art style. It's because fucking John Kovalek is the guy that does the art for fucking Munchkin. Like the fucking Munchkin, everybody's favorite card game that they play once, realize it's a bad game, and they stop playing. The comic is bad. They're not fun. They're dumb. But my guy is swimming in Munchkin royalties for the rest of his life. So honestly, he's living his best life. No complaints. So, all right. So now we're going to the first article, Small Gods. And this is kind of neat. This is kind of neat where the idea is like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I legit, I have to imagine every now and then, like Steve Jackson shows up at his house and it's like, hey, I need to draw. I need you to draw like a bunch of just goofy dorkos in armor, and I will pay you money. And he's like, excellent. And he just does it that same day. Like he just goes into his computer and he just draws like a goofy dorko and just gives it to fucking Steve Jackson on a USB drive. And he's like, here you go. And then they shake hands and then they drink some beers and then they watch maybe like a football game. And then Steve Jackson goes home. And then fucking John Kovalik earns another day's wage, another day, week, month, year, whatever. I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of Munchkin, and here's why. There is a type of game where the second place person wins. I know that's an oxymoron, but hear me out. In Munchkin, the idea of Munchkin is you're playing the game, you're trying to reach level 10, so you win. And you do that by acquiring new gear that's like, oh, you got the really, really big sword and the invisible magical armor. Low tier nerd bullshit. That's fine. That's whatever. It's a kind of nerd joke that would have been made in 2002. And it's kind of old. It's incredibly old by now. Like now it's kind of fun as like a bit of like, oh, it's antiquated. Yeah, it's antiquated. It's kind of cute in a way. Oh, how far we've come. But the problem is, so there's basically one person, this happens in every game of Munchkin I've ever seen played. One person will get really close to hitting level 10. The entire table will line up and slap them in the nuts. They will spend all of their resources. Everybody spends all their resources slapping level player one and the winning player in the nuts. The second place player will be like, oh yeah, now I just win. I'm just going to play the cards I had in my hand and I win. And you can't stop me because you spent all your interaction slapping player one in the balls. Every game of Munchkin will go down this way. It doesn't matter if you're doing Warhammer Munchkin or Fantasy Munchkin or D&D Munchkin or Star Munchkin or like what or fucking Despicable Me Munchkin, whatever licensed Munchkins exist that you're playing. It's the exact same. It's the exact same. It's fun when you're new. The very first game of Munchkin's fun because the fun of Munchkin is looking through all the cards and seeing all the little jokes and all the little arts. So like Anthropologist, when you're playing as a kid, you're like, this is fun. This is neat. And then you play a second game and you're like, oh no, I'm good. I'm good. Exactly, Crenton, exactly. I've owned 2 copies of Munchkin during my life that I no longer own. I don't know where they went. I believe I traded them in to a used bookstore. And that's it. That's it, really. Like, I think I had the base game and I had Warhammer Munchkin. And they were both the same thing. Mechanically, they're the same thing. There's no real difference. Also, how rise it? Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Raiders. If you do not know me, I am Halbervault the Mimic Elf. I'm a miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. And hello, Stealth Digger. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Oh, what were you doing in Magic? What were you doing for Magic? Were you just doing Arena? Were you doing like an EDH pod thing? I am going through an old issue of Dragon magazine now, specifically one that predates 3.5. It's a 3.0 one. If anyone would like to see some minis I painted recently. Wow, look at these. Look at these minis. Oh, how was your drafting? How's your drafting going? How did you do? Did you get any good cards? Did you win? Yeah, it's I've gotten complacent with my tabletop Zatsu stuff, so I'm doing that a lot more. I'm doing that a lot more. Yeah, I'm been doing that a lot more. It's gone better. Yeah, that sounds like the drafting experience. To be fair, that's to be drafting experience. Oh, I'm glad you like my models. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, this is I should show everybody the cover because everybody needs to see the cover because like this is a cover that is that in 2002 people are probably like whatever. I feel like 2024 people are like yeah 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 yeah, which is very funny. It's funny how that worked out. Anyway, let's go away from the lady and let's go back to boring text. Yippee! Yay! Boring text. Let's fucking go. Oh no! All the old art in this, any art that's not drawn by the Foglios or fucking Nodwick, they do fuck super hard. Oh yeah, Mustache Bullman is cool. I don't remember this guy, but this guy's style is very unique, and I've seen it around in some Magic art as well. I've seen it quite a bit. So let's see. Oh, I think I know what's going on. Hold on. If I go to the YouTube, there's a guy. Weird. It should not refresh. Okay. Anyway. And then one good website is dead and a company went over. Yeah, no, that happens quite a bit. I've just kind of gotten used to that's just how tabletop games are. And it's just it comes with the territory. It's a bummer. So this is actually like the thing is actually a lot of these articles would still a lot of them would not work for D&D 5th edition or any other RPG cuz like it's like, hey, it's a prestige class. You love those. And a lot of prestige classes are bad. They're bad. They're universally bad. Also, Ryzen, thank you for giving Vic Felix a sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I love them as a concept, but a lot of them are hot fucking garbage. A lot of them are hot fucking trash. They're not good. They're objectively bad. But I'm trying to figure out what I think was my favorite prestige class. I need to think on that actually. I think I need to think on my favorite prestige class. Also, Steve, have yourself a good night and take it easy. Have yourself a good night. Yeah, this is one of those articles where I think the idea is, oh no, I know it is. It's Hulking Hurler. I love Hulking Hurler. It's very dumb. It's a very dumb class, but I love Hulking Hurler. Oh, Alienus was fun too. You basically just got abilities that didn't matter in the pseudo-natural template, which was bad for a wizard, but it was neat. I like throwing big rock and breaking the game though. I think that's a fun class. But yeah, so this is the idea. It's like, hey, you know what? You can have smaller gods. You can have smaller gods or patron deities. That's a neat idea. That's a neat idea. Like I said, I'm gonna skim and extrapolate and just read some lines. Just because like quick dive. If I anything worth reading though, I will read that out in its entirety. So it's like mentioning like, yeah, you could get like maybe get some ancestral gods. So like maybe it's like your as a patron be really wild. Like I think something that I like about warlocks and also if the comic Die, which God, I have mixed feelings about Die. Die is a double isekai tabletop RPG focused Western comic with the premise of when in the 90s a bunch of teenagers were sucked. Their DM wanted to run the ultimate game. That's the D&D's for babies. My homebrew is real and super cool. And they got sucked into it and they survived. And they eventually got their way out. They beat the evil overlord. Their DM friend was left behind. They all grew up to be traumatized adults. Then when they became traumatized adults, they got mailed a package that had like the D20 that belonged to the DM. So they get sucked back in. They get sucked back in as adults back into their characters during their peak. And they have to deal with that. They're like, oh, there was a character who was a guy, who was ostensibly was a straight guy, but or at least like maybe bi, whatever. Anyway, in the comic, in the comic, he was a lady. His character was a female character, and she would like kiss people and like she fucked people, had a kid, and then you have to come with the fact that it's like you had a kid in game, and that you abandoned them, and then the kind of like all the kind of back and forth stuff like that. And like that was neat and that was cool. And then eventually it got so far up its own ass and the ending was really sad. Like sad and like fucking wasted potential. It was a bummer. It was a bummer. Like I'm pretty whatever on a lot of things. Like when it comes to gender identity stuff, this is not going to be me dropping anything real bad. Just don't worry, don't worry. This is not going to be, and that's why gay people. No. In the climax of your comic, when things are about to end and like shit's getting real fucking tight, it's a really weird moment to introduce the concept of gender fluid people, for like 2 whole pages, and it's like. It's odd. It was weird because like it did no, don't cancel me. I honestly, when it comes to gender stuff, I don't care what other people do. Do what you want. Like really, I don't give a fuck. But like in the comic, it was odd because it was just like, and not even that was ham-fisted. It's like that would have worked in volume 1. When volume 1, because like they had a dickhead friend who was like, I'm the bard. I like to get drunk and I like to fuck bitches and I like to be an asshole. That guy could have been like, they could be like, hey, you are so you're gay, right? You're gay-bo. And then they'd be like, no, actually, let's like, I think I'm more gender fluid. They're like, oh, okay. And then they moved on. And they moved on from that. And the climax of your comic, that's a weird spot to put that. It's really weird. And that wasn't the only issue with it. It's not like that was the deal breaker. Dai eventually began to huff its farts to the degree that like it basically became like the Garden of Nurgle, where like the premise got lost in like a weird multiversal universal construct like Avatar of H.P. Lovecraft and Tolkien and like I don't mind it when things get pretentious and wild and like esoteric and like fucky wucky with the universe. I enjoyed the Invisibles a lot. Everything that was cool about Dai died unironically in the 4th volume. If you read Dai, read volume 1. It's basically self-contained. It's a neat read. Read volume 2 if you want more. Past volume 2 is when things kind of get a little shaky. Anyway, that's my spiel on Dai. It absolutely killed the pace. It absolutely. Honestly, the thing that fucked with me, if we're talking real wild shit, is it almost sounded like they set up like the plot that like. So the character who kind of did the whole like they're like, no, sweetie, you're gender fluid. Was Sal, the one who was like was a male, in real life, identified as a male, and then in Dai identified as a female. Did lady things. The implication in the comic was like they were kind of an effeminate man with long hair, so they got called like they got called the mean gay slurs. And it almost read like, because also Dai was their fantasy world where all of their bullies were horrible demons and monsters that they could kill with no repercussions, and they got everything they wanted. And it almost sounded like they were setting up, like the DM guy was like, Sal, I made this world for you, for us. I love you. And I gave you the life you wanted, where nobody would give you shit, and you could be exactly what you wanted to be. And they didn't do that. And I was like, maybe, like, I was like, that's a weird missed opportunity there. They were setting up for that. Honestly, that would have been kind of neat. It's like I literally gave everybody the paradise they wanted, but they still isekai'd us out and left me behind. I made this world for you, Gabo. I don't know what Gabo's even from. I swear I picked that up as like someone was like doing like a joke thing with that. But anyway, I think that would have I think that would have kind of like at least tied the comic a little better. Anyway. Enough about die. Enough about die. Let's go back. Let's go back to Dragon Magazine. If you're 12? See, it's one of those ones that sounds so goofy that I couldn't take it seriously, but I also imagined if you're in a rough spot, somebody calling you that every day has to be pretty rough. Also, hello, Candy Flower Jr. Welcome. How you doing? We're not talking about the Die comic anymore. We're moving back to Dragon Magazine. Yippee! So yeah, they're talking about like, hey, cool. You can maybe have ancestral gods. Maybe instead of having the big dick sun god, you have a localized. You can have like a more localized god that maybe it's like an extension of your family. And also, the reason it could be either one of those. The reason I brought up Die, and this is where it's like I think Die has cool moments. In the comic, they have the Godbinder. The Godbinder, because they all made up their own super special classes. The Godbinder is like you're a warlock for gods. You bargain with gods for temporary divine power. And it's like you basically go to like, hey, I'm going to the sun god. And I'm saying, I light up this cave, motherfucker. And he's like, I, the sun god, will light up this cave. But you owe me a sun-related favor. But the thing I liked about that, too, is that the gods would talk to you. Like usually when it's like, I am a cleric. I have a god. I do good things because they give me magic powers. And every now and then they might give me like a little hint. I really love the Godbinder where they're like, hey, I'm going to directly talk to you. Like sometimes the gods would just show up to the Godbinder lady and be like, oh, you're in like a real fucking pickle right now, aren't you? It'd be a shame if you couldn't get out of this. If only somebody had powers that could help you. If only you could make a little deal with me. Just a little deal. I might even give you a little discount. And like, or they would chat about things. And I was like, that's cool. And I think actually this idea of like an ancestral god is kind of neat because you could be like, what is my god? My god as a cleric is my entire extended family. They are the ghost ancestral spirits of my people, or like our local kind of like guardian angel spirit. And they're the ones that give me the magic. No one else, just me, but I got to do right by the family. And even they're talking about how like if you like this is kind of a way you like only really long and storied bloodlines would have this, but also like if your family is famous for a trait, that your god would manifest that. So like, hey, your family's good for magic, and you've been doing that for a while, and like the belief is there, and you have like the magic domain that your deity would grant you would be from your kind of like your family lineage. That's cool. They give you some examples. Like I can remove Gap Nagarnung, the father of many. Travelers venturing into certain goblin-infested lands begin to notice stakes decorated with polished skulls of many small animals. This is the sign that they have entered the territory claimed by the Gurnung tribe, who are noted for their seemingly limitless numbers and their dedication to their ancestral god. Gap Nagar... No. God, I know goblin names are goblin names. That's the worst fucking name. Jimmy, who is not an especially helpful ancestral god. The adepts serving him, and there are a surprising number of them, though none have any significant power, claim that the god did all that was required of him simply by ensuring there are so many Gurnung goblins in the world. He does, however, provide spells to his adepts, and sometimes he warns his children of approaching danger by rattling the skulls and of his offering stakes. That's cool. That's neat. So you take that, and that's an adventure. Like, you don't even have to use that for a PC. You could still use that for, like, if you had to play 5th edition, you could base a whole adventure on that. You could even be like, hey, normally goblin raids or whatever, we can deal with goblins. They're not a big deal. A bunch of these, like, there's just a lot more goblins now. There's just, like, a whole lot more goblins now. That's kind of bad. And a lot of goblins can use magic, which is really not good. Figure out what the fuck is up with that. And you can find that shit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you could do like that level of pantheism would be cool. You could base the whole game off that. It's just like it's like, oh, the party rolls into town. The party rolls into town and they're like, oh, you gotta pray to the local town's deity, because that's what you do as a traveler. And maybe the deity's got like a little thing they want you to do. Maybe they could give you a little boon. Maybe the town deity's missing, so the town's fucked up. Maybe the deity's angry, so the town has been raiding extra villages so they can get more resources and stuff like that, more offerings. It's neat. It's very, very neat. Goblin-tide real. And a lot of this is just being like, yeah, you could have a hero ancestor. Like maybe you're trying to go on your hero's journey to mimic your ancestral hero. They're talking about could be animals, could be fae spirits. Yeah, you could just have a little snake, little nanner snake deity. And then this is kind of going more on the idea of like heroes and saints, which I think saints are underused a lot in like fantasy stuff like that. Where it's like, yeah, sure, like, maybe you worship the sun god, but maybe you're more repping a specific saint, which is kind of neat. Also, this is more this artist. This artist does a lot of D&D work, and I cannot remember his name for the life of me, but it's a weird style, I'm gonna admit. Like, it's the same guy who did like this. Like, it's a distinct style. I fuck with it. I don't imagine. I think a lot of people are like, I don't know about that style. I don't know how I feel about that. And then this is helpful GM advice where it's like, why are they there? What's up with your cosmology? They like basically should they be open to the players and like if they're not open to the players, why not? Yeah, and like I'm personally the belief that like if a player wants to, like if players like, hey, can my cleric or like can even just like my character worship like a very small ancestral god? Be like, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Work with me. We'll get that put in the setting. Don't you fucking worry. Don't you fucking worry. And then talking about how like also giving character. Yeah, they're rather than having every farming settlement have a shrine to Palor, let them have gods that are unique to their needs. By writing a few sentences about the local gods, you give an entire village personality, making each place the PC's visit memorable. Memorable. God damn it. Also, how's Mr. Kulak? I cannot speak today. Hello, Mr. Kulak says, welcome everybody. Welcome. If you all do not know me, I am Halbervault the Mimic Elf, a miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. What are you drawing today? Also, as usual, here's some minis I've been working on. I need to update this a little bit. Still relatively happy with these. Still like my pound of flesh, my chaos knight. Currently, we're going through old issues of Dragon, specifically Hot Robot Woman, based. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. I'm going through an old issue. This is Dragon 293. I have a physical copy of this, but I have it up digitally to share with everyone. As somebody who's been fucking more with square bases because I'm converting my Slaves to Darkness from Age of Sigmar back into Warriors of Chaos, I do like movement trays. I do like movement trays a lot. I even got some circle movement trays for some turnip stuff. I love them. I love pushing around just like a tray of lads. I love that quite a bit. I understand now. I understand. But yeah, then they're talking about like how currently what we're doing is this is an article from the same issue about small gods, like a god that would be kind of like instead of having like the same sun god Palor everywhere, you might have small local deities, and how that kind of like how does that flavor the town? Maybe that sets up little sites. Like if you have a little local harvest god that kind of like led to like all the crops not dying. That's you can have like maybe a little like let's say like a little harvest god made a spring that never ran out of water, but like one day it dried up. Why? It's like that's a plot. That's a plot you can use. It's neat. It's neat. Hello, best girl. Best girl. What? No, Squarebase's best girl. And then that's honestly though a lot of these ones are kind of overlap. This is talking about how it's like a deity tied to a place. And that's like kind of sort of similar to the other ones. I guess this one could be a little bit more different where you could be like, this is a god of this force in particular. Something like that, yeah. I don't know. I like it. I like smaller tier gods, ones you can talk to and interact with and bargain with, other than like the distant god. Because a lot of that is just like, yeah, gods should be distant and never talk to their parishioners because I was raised Catholic, and that's kind of leaked over into the game I wrote. But I do think having a more personable or smaller tier or local ones are very neat. So I think the rest of this article is like pretty. I think the rest of these are pretty like I can read examples, but like we're pretty awesome. That's art fucks pretty hard. Are pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, I mean, I think they like D&D is like kind of sort of hinted at that like gods are powered by faith and manifested. Like a dead god, it's like A, you stab a god to death, which happens, or the Lady of Pain fucks your shit up, or B, like a god doesn't get worshipped anymore and they starve. So like it's kind of idea instead of like saying that like, all that coalesces into one big one, and you could still have that as a plot. You could have like one big evil god that like let's say there's a local like let's this is okay, this is a plot. Here's a plot I could throw out for like I want to run a whole ass campaign for a tabletop RPG. Everywhere in the world has little local gods. They're ancestor gods, they're town gods, they're shrine gods, they're forest gods. However, one of the ancestor gods, evil, or you could even just say militant. A militant ancestor god has mobilized their village and they're going from town to town and they're converting other like they're saying like fuck your local deity, shack up with ours. And they could even be like, hey, you're going through a famine. We got food. Convert. Convert. And if they're like, oh, it's just a dry season. Our little Dobie, the Doberman god we worship, that gives us all of our grain, we'll turn it around. And then like, all right, we're gonna kill you now. And then if you don't want to get killed, convert. They do that. And then now let's say two towns are now worshiping this deity. If you go by the belief power thing, that deity is now twice as strong as another local town. And again, and again. And that might be a fucking issue. Where now this militant god is slowly building their way to be a fucking mono deity. And maybe they're getting more and more cruel. Maybe the kind of the main prophet is not really keeping track of the little ones. So like they form cults that are a bit more extreme, which is making an extreme version of the god, filling it with bad energy. Or maybe like the main prophet isn't that bad. Maybe they're the one that's like convert or continue to wallow in your filth, but maybe a more militant branch is going around and doing the converting by sword, and they can't keep track of it anymore. It's too big. Maybe you have to go from town to town and be like, hey, I know as a town deity, you don't like interacting with other town deities. You think they're bitches, or you had a affair with one 300 years ago, and now you don't speak. You should start speaking, or you're gonna fucking die. Like that would also be a neat premise. So yeah, and this is neat. I'm not gonna say this is like the biggest big brain. Ooh, wow, this is new information knowledge. I'm saying that this issue of this magazine is 22 years old, and it's still got some like pretty solid player facing, like DM facing info, and it technically this is player facing too. This is still good. This is still useful information. A newbie GM could read this and be like, you know, I hadn't thought about it that way. Neat. Neat. I think that's neat. Let's keep scrolling. Oh god. Oh, this is very funny. I forgot about this. So this premise is like this is where it feels this is going to be where it feels really dated. I will say though, Robin D. Laws, hold on. Robin D. Laws is a respected writer. Oh, Shadow, how you doing? Also, fuck yeah, 2 years of Prime. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. How you doing? How you doing? Oh, we're about to hit an ad break too, which is neat. Also, I might off drop it. I haven't had to do a game with a lot of reading for a while. Yeah, the ad is about to start. I I think it's been a while since I've read his book on like GM advice. Robin Laws has like a book on GM advice, which I think it's probably fine. Also, I think while this ad break goes on, I've ran out of water again. I'm gonna grab some water. I'm gonna do a BRB water. I think this is a good opportunity for that. I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna go like this. I'm Ethan. I'm Avin and Eep. I'm back. Let's go. Let's go. Oh yeah, oh did he oh yeah, he did do feng shui. I own feng shui second edition. I picked it up with I went to high back alright, we're in the stream. No, I'm kidding. Well, like I do, yeah, like Robert D. Laws has generally done good stuff. He's generally done good stuff. However, I'm curious how this held up because this is also. There we go. Let's loop this again. Okay. Okay, doke. Okay, doke. Okay, doke. Let me. Let's get back settled. There comes a time in every campaign when the DM is faced with a difficult choice of possible plot developments. When you come to these crossroads, it's a good idea to ask yourself, what would happen if my campaign were a television series? Making your campaign more like a TV show does not mean throwing all logic and continuity out the window. It does not mean that many groups would have more fun if their DMs picked up some of the more successful tricks of the so-called showrunner, the producer whose job it is, among other things, to give shape to a season of episodes and keep viewers tuned in for more. The article shows you how to model an entire campaign on a season of episodic TV. Some of these ideas might seem odd at first, but you don't have to use all of them in order to draw inspiration from the experiment. We can see how that holds up. Yeah, you can kill all the players. That'll make your games pretty good. All right. So it's interesting because, like, on one hand, it's been so long since this was released, where it's like TV died out, and then now Netflix, like Netflix and like Amazon, like long form shows are kind of similar. So I'm curious. I do actually personally believe whether I necessarily believe in like making it exactly like a TV show is a good idea. I do think there's some general ideas from like taking like narrative structures from things is pretty legit. So we'll see how this holds up. Let's see how many this is. Okay, this is only about 4 pages. This is one I think I'm gonna read. We're gonna read and we're just gonna see how it goes. So this might take some more time than the other stuff. That is fine. Oh my god, it's almost 11. It's almost. Man, why do I even work? Like I time flies when you're having fun. And wow, I don't even think we'll get to the end of this thing. We'll see how this goes. Oh, this Gifts. How you doing? Welcome. We're reading some issues of Dragon magazine. Specifically one now is telling you how to maybe make your D&D games more like a TV series. So I had a second issue on backup. But I'm definitely not going to get to it tonight. But I want to show you all the cover because that might be the next one I do. Look at this. The George R.R. Martin exclusive. Adventures in Westeros. Back when he was writing A Feast for Crows. Motherfucking A Song of Ice and Fire has been unfinished for so long. And I haven't even really read the books. I'm just greatly amused as an outsider looking in. This issue is May 2003, 21 years ago. These books have been going on longer than 21 years, and like he's not even close to being done. Which is very funny. And there's some other fun nonsense in there. Like they stat out all the Game of Thrones characters for 3.0, and they're fucking insane. And when was A Feast for Crows? I don't know. Like I said, I'm not. Let's see. I was a secondary where I watched the show because friends of mine watched the show, and it's not like the show was entirely bad. Oh, this is when he was still writing A Feast for Crows. This predates it by 2 years. This predates it by 2 years when he was like probably going to be like, oh, this is how I write a book. It is the 4th book in A Song of Ice and Fire. It is the second to last one that was actually published. A Dance with Dragons was released 6 years later than nothing. Holy shit. Yeah, here's the thing, and I've mentioned this before where it's like, what incentive does he have to finish it? He's got like whatever paycheck Elden Ring cut him. He's got royalty money from the second HBO series, like the one about the Targaryens. Even though the show went to shit, he still has all the money from the merchandise and the show rights and everything else for the first one. Motherfucker doesn't have to work a day in his life. And like, how old is George R. R. Martin? I have to look it up. George R. R. Martin is 75. He's an old man. You know what's rough to do as an old man? Work. He has to like why do it? Honestly, why do it? More money is not going to mean anything to him. If he didn't write a book by now, he's not that invested. Oh yeah, that's what I say. He probably I don't think he's getting royalties, but he's definitely getting a chunk. He got paid for Elden Ring. Like, I'm of the belief, if he truly cared, he would have written it by now. Like, are those books big? Yes. Is that an excuse? No. Plenty of other authors have written multiple books in the same time frame. Somebody gave me some context on this. Hold on. Oh, this is going to be fun specifically for Warhammer people. Okay. Let's see. Let me see. Horus Rising. Horus Rising is the first book of the Horus Heresy series, which ended recently. The first book was released in 2006, 1 year after A Feast for Crows, and 5 years before the last published A Song of Fire and Ice book. Since then, the entire Horus Heresy Black Library series has been written. Now, there are multiple authors. You don't need to keep super tight stories. A lot of Warhammer books are bolter porn. They are Longevitus of the 5th Legion of the Ultramarines went to planet Jarbaxus the 7th and fired many a bolt into the Xenos and they died. Erectus Maximus fell to Slanesh and it surprised everyone, which is shocking, really, now we think about it. Like, I'm not going to say a lot of them are good. A lot of them are like fantasy, or like, not fancy trash, pulpy trash books. That's fine. But there's like 70 books in the Horus Heresy series. There are so many of them. There are so many of them. There's a ludicrous amount. Let's see. Horus Heresy book count. How many are there? There are 64. There are 64 books in the Black Library series. If we want to scroll forward, I'm just taking a look on Wikipedia. 17 of those were written in 2011 and before. So that fucking means, oh my fucking God, Jesus, tap dancing Christ. 47 books of the Horus Heresy came out since George R. R. Martin wrote his last book. Wow. Hot damn. Hot damn. But yeah, he's never going to finish those books, and honestly, I don't blame him. I feel no strong feelings either way about him deciding just to sit around all day and just be 75. He's 75. He's done enough. He's done enough. Anyway, let's go back to this. I think The zatsudan tangents are real. Goddamn son of a bitch. They do be real. All right. The series Bibble. I did know. It's fun to say. Listen, I know it's Bible. It's fun to say Bibble. Say Bibble. Say Bibble sometime. While developing a show for presentation to the networks or syndication companies, the series creator first develops a document called the series Bible, which lays down the basic premise of the show. Creating a Bible for your campaign will help stay focused and on track, and serves beginning information for your players about the campaign world. I agree with that. Oh, they are Dasher. They're done by different people, but there are reoccurring authors. Like, there's a couple of authors that like Dan Abnett wrote a lot of them. He wrote a lot of the Horus Heresy. Like if I just go to Wikipedia page, Dan Abnett, 29 entries. So Dan Abnett alone wrote 29 out of the 64 books, which is like almost half. Jesus Christ, man's a machine. So the series Bible is framed in like the context of a series. I 100% agree with this advice. Dan Abnett and his 25-inch penis, I agree that he has a 29-inch penis. Dan Meatbelt Abnett definitely wrote a lot of books. This is dumb. Anyway, though, I do this. Unironically, I do this. And my group has kind of adjusted to do this as well. Where basically what we do, yeah, Meatbelt. You just tuck it through the hoops. Basically what you do, and like this is like, you don't even have to write like a series Bible thing. Write a premise, like maybe do like a couple of paragraphs. You have like a bunch of pertinent information that would be like relevant to players. Like, this is like the area you're in. These are the major players, whatnot. And it's a nice start. It's like, I use that for brainstorming, and it's nice because like now they kind of call this a player's guide. This is a player's guide. A lot of RPGs now have this in part of like the starting packets, and I've seen a lot of people who are doing campaigns make one of these. It's been a while since I made one, but I definitely have done this before, and I almost certainly will do it again. And then it's a formula, a sentence or two explain what the characters do each session. No, that's also valid. This is also valid. Like I said, like Robin D. Laws. Good advice. Like, this is just him I think this is him just having fun and framing it like a TV series. Because yeah, you just give them like a very quick pitch. I think that's fair. Like I would do this for a campaign. I would be like, anime zombie girls with chainsaw arms. Almost universally, when I shill Necronica to another tuber, I go, how do you feel about anime zombie girls with chainsaw arms? And if they reply, they say yes. They say, fuck yeah, let's go. Now, some of them will say, I'm too busy. And that's fine. It'd be like that. Oh, I just spilled water on myself. Isn't there an anime about that? You're thinking Korewa Zombie Desu ka, which is like the main character is like a zombie. Is like this guy gets turned into a magical girl zombie because of this like necromancer Dullahan. It was one of those shows that was like, it's very cute. It's very cute. I don't think it's like a must watch, but like you could definitely do worse. The OP and EDs are very good for that. Those are very fun. Okay. So, setting theme and tone. Your theme is the central idea that the series explores. It should be broad and simple. And then the tone is the mood you want to establish. Do you want a lighthearted romp or a grisly horror show? Once again, great advice. Perfectly good advice. No issues. I feel like I'm balking at the format of like, yeah, make this a TV show. All this is legitimately good advice. Like, it's really good, like in session 0 to establish what the tone's going to be. Just so you don't have people like 3 players playing the Punisher and 1 person is playing like, I don't know, like a silly little guy. Like on one end, 3 Punishers and 1 silly little guy could work. It would require things to be changed, but sometimes it's easier to it's more in sync. I mean, the thing is, session 0 has been around for a long time. I don't know when it originated. I legitimately don't know. It might have been around this time. I forget when I learned it. Let me see. if I do like a session 0 or origin, I don't know. Like apparently people like just quick Google says that like Rules Cyclopedia kind of mentions what sounds like a session 0, but not like distinctly by that name. I don't know when session 0 has a name though. True, when they were like, this is session 0. I don't know, like I don't know when they did that, but I think the idea at the very least has been around for one Squirrel Girl, one Howard the Duck. That sounds either awful or amazing, but I would like to see it. All right, let's see production design. Production. Okay, this is where let's see. Even its early stages of conception, a show's creator specifies in general the terms what he wants it to look like. He hires a production designer, creates sketches, and if the show goes into production, builders create sets based on the designs. Okay, so it's basically establishing like a set visual language. Also now, this is probably like at the time they wouldn't have like somebody would have done the internet was active in 2003. Not as active as it is now, but like you could reasonably get on the internet. Chat on your buddies on Usenet. The idea of acquiring pictures from the internet and making like a little thematic collage thing would work. I've done that before for campaigns too, where I just take a big old pile of pictures and just be like, this is the mood I want, this like the feeling and the look. So that tracks as well. Character creation for a game, you must turn over all that important tasks to the collective players. There we go. Okay, it's basically saying give them all of your tools. Like give them the player's guide, give them your thematic images that you use to kind of jam things out. That makes sense. That works. Oh yeah, I've done that in Roll20 before too. The initial VTubers and Vampires, the Roll20 page was us making a gigantic interconnected web of all the characters, which was very fun. So yeah, they're basically saying like, hey, here's how you could kind of like turn it into a full episode. Like this is a little bit kind of very rigid. I use a lot more loosey-goose bullet points. Oh yeah, so like back in 2001, which is fuck, I hate saying that. I ran a Vampire the Masquerade campaign for several VTubers. It's to this date, weirdly enough, despite being the tabletop RPG guy, it's the only long-running campaign I've ran for VTubers. Mostly because getting all those dorks to both A, have their schedules lined up is already hell. But asking VTubers to be like, hey, I know you're VTubers and you have like limited days in a week to VTube. Could you do that on my stream? I would like to do it again though. Oh, I meant 2021. You're right, not 2001. Yeah, no. You're right. I do have archives of it. I'm going to eventually move those archives from my VOD channel back onto my. So I have a. Let's see. Where's this at? I have a tabletop RPG channel effectively. Right now it is primarily just VODs for my painting streams. And tonight's VOD will be on there. So if you like tonight and you would like to rewatch this later, there's the opportunity. You could go there. But I would like to eventually move, because I keep VODs for everything. I have old Necronica sessions. One of those is going to be tricky though, because one of the Necronica players reincarnated, and I have to figure out what to do in that case. Like, do I just leave that in the vaults forever and just kind of brush it off? I probably just need to give them an ask. Be like, hey, if I was to ever upload this, would you be all right? Would you want me to not upload that? If you say no, no hard feelings. I will totally understand for your privacy's sake. So I'll have to figure out how that goes. Anyway, yeah. So this is kind of like, I do take notes in bullet point, which aren't significantly different from this. The only thing that's a little tricky is that like, I feel like some of these where it's like Focus PC3. Tyler reluctantly leaves her children in care of the new babysitter, which turns out to be a meeting for the vengeful lich. It's like, it's a little, I don't know. I don't trust PCs to be that predictable. So I always like to keep things like very, like an event could happen here, more or less. Yeah. I mean, I do similar things. Like I've done sessions where like one PC will maybe get a little bit more attention, or because it builds off something off their backstory, or it makes sense in the scenario. That does come up pretty regularly. Pretty reg. Look at me trying to be a hip, cool youngster. Yeah, I do things pretty reg. Fucking idiot. Yeah, made me feel even older. I don't like it to be that explicit though, but that's a person thing. Plot hooks, yeah, no. I don't even need to read plot hooks. Plot hooks are not only are they good, they're mandatory. If you don't have plot hooks, what the fuck are you doing? Even a sandbox game where you just let your players go loose needs a plot hook. Like if you're in a sandbox and you're like, all right, you're a bunch of down your luck thugs. You want to build your criminal empire in this port city that has all this cool shit you could do. Those are hooks. Even if you don't like have like you're going from point A to point B. And then each episode should begin with a teaser. This is where it's like definitely like leaning harder into the actually. Oh yeah, fucking Lita, the vampire slayer. Lita was like the iconic halfling. She wears all leather, and I do like me some iconics. Now maybe you should go inform a nearby town of the danger of the dragon. Oh, goodbye. So I don't like railroading. I know some DMs do that. I'm not a big fan. Not a big fan. But it's also why I think like sandbox games too. Because like for people who aren't RPG savvy, who are coming for like more VTuber or painting or whatever, the idea of the sandbox game is where you and 3 people sit down. And yeah, no, she do got a sharp face. Let me get a little bit more water. It's like you and 3 PCs sit down. Your GM is like, you're here. Do whatever you want and I will react accordingly. And a lot of players think they want that. Because like it's technically like the distillation of the ultimate like allure of tabletop RPGs. Video games have voice acting and production value and like technically ideally a professional writer and cool mechanics. But the idea that still they cannot beat is freedom of choice. And like they've gotten better. Baldur's Gate 3 has a lot of choices, but like never will not even a fraction of like a tabletop RPG. And even a pretty linear one still offers the opportunity for a lot of choice and expression. But the sandbox is the most expression-y. It's the Kenshi of tabletop RPGs. What are you doing? Figure it the fuck out. Have fun. And a lot of people like that idea. However, the problem with that is that a lot of times they're like, all right, my children, my sweet baby PCs, I have created the sandbox you want. Here's rival factions, and there's sewer mutants, and there's a duel, like a sword fighting academy. And you sit down, and what do you want to do? And they just go, I don't know. What should we do, DM? A lot of people are not prepared for that. A lot of people, unironically, playing in a sandbox is a trained skill. Or it requires you to have a goal, like a hook. Like legitimately the one where we want to be the coolest Steves ever. That's it. That's fine. That's legit. That works. That's good. If you take 4 off the street, like newbie players, and put them in the sandbox, they're gonna revert to like newbie player actions. It's like I guess I'll talk to the shopkeeper. Does anyone got any gold? I want whores, like that kind of thing as well. Yeah, you gotta give them the pitch. Exactly. Or like I've had like, and the thing is, which kind of sucks, is a lot of the 5th edition adventure paths are very sandboxy. Like I've been invited to play. I played 5th edition as a player. It's not my favorite system, but I like the crew it's in. So like once again, my enjoyment of my friends moves past my disdain for Wizards of the Coast. Hey, Curse of Strahd, it's just a lot of fucking little towns. And you're just supposed to bumblefuck your way from town to town, doing shit, and then eventually you stab Strahd in the penis. And that's considered one of the good ones. Like, that's considered like the pinnacle of the adventure pass. And man, watching players who are not trained in how to do a sandbox wander around Slavic town to Slavic town doing nothing is very bad. There is an end goal, but it's like the underpants gnome thing. It's like enter Barovia, question mark, question mark, question mark, profit. Also, I really like this Crust Creek. This is very good. This aged very silly, like in a very silly way, but I still enjoy it. So it does seem that the rest of the advice I don't need to really read through. It's just being a good GM, having reasons for things, keeping your players invested, keeping your players on the same page. That's fine. Also, this artist is, I don't know if this is the same one from earlier, but I remember 3.0, 3.5 had this kind of like very painterly guy, and I do like his style. Building a better world through dungeon craft. Running a good D&D campaign is about building a world, not about building a story. It can't. Like, this is one of those things where it's like season to taste for your players. There's a lot of players that like they do not care about a story. They just want a world to fuck around with. Like I said, sandboxy stuff. And there's other players that definitely want like, I want a cool world, but I want a fantasy, like not railroad, but like a directed adventure, like a road trip. A railroad is you go from point A to point B and you can't do anything. A road trip is you go from point A to point B and like maybe you'll never get to point B, but you get to control all the little stops along the way and there's little adventures and stuff like that. So I don't necessarily agree with that. It's not wrong though. I'm not going to be like, this is wrong advice. But it's definitely the idea. It's definitely the idea of, like different players have different ideas. And like consider this is called Dungeon Craft. I think this is definitely more of like an older, like this is definitely more of an OSR mindset. Never force yourself to create more than you must. The first rule of Dungeon Craft. I can agree with that though. That's reasonable. A lot of GMs are like, I have to write everything down in advance and do all the planning. And they just exhaust themselves. Whenever you fill in a major piece of the campaign world, always devise at least one secret related to that place. I don't think that's necessary, but I don't think that's bad. I think we're just going to learn all these Dungeon Craft rules. Okay. I'm not going to read a lot of the realm control sheet. No, you do not need a fucking realm control sheet. I like Birthright. Birthright's really cool. Next, start with population and resources. No, you don't need that. You don't need that. This is getting into numbers masturbation. And if you enjoy numbers masturbation, party on. It's not needed. It's not. Do it if it's fun for you. You don't need it. Whenever you must decide the chance of something happening and you have no idea what that chance should be, it's always 50% chance. That's fine. That's whatever. It's just like, don't get bogged down. Just let dice happen. There is no HAL control sheet. If anything, I have the control now. Wee woo, 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 wee woo. Oh God. Should a PC ever lead a realm, use his diplomacy skill modifier for the realm? Talking about, this is kind of getting into Pathfinder Kingmaker, but also it's like numbers autism. Like it's just, after you've selected an appropriate diplomacy skill modifier, select a wisdom score for the realm's ruler and record the realm's ruler wisdom bonus in the appropriate blank on the realm control sheet. The average ruler might have a wisdom of 13. Select a wilderness lore skill modifier for the realm representing the general ability of the realm's residents to find game and forage for food. Most creatures have a... Once you selected a wilderness lore modifier, determine the realm. This is 100% numbers masturbation. This is filling out a tax form for your tabletop world. And if that's fun for you, go for it. But goddamn. I'm pretty okay that like this mindset has kind of grown out a little bit, and now you kind of got that like OSR people are now doing the rulings, not rules, where it's like do shit in the world, make it happen, fuck around with your choices, and then on the opposite end, you kind of got the very narrative, like, push the story forward, do things that are fun for the story kind of mindset. This is back in the D&D late 2nd edition, early 3rd edition, into 3rd edition, like, fill out the forms. Fill out the forms. Yeah, I mean, if you're having fun with it, you could do the whole spreadsheets and whatnot, but like, it is... I don't know. I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan, and it just reminds me. It's the thing is, like, a lot of this is definitely going to be kept behind the scenes. Like, Kingmaker for Pathfinder kind of does that, where it's like, all right, the Sword of the Realm turn is happening. Roll a diplomacy check to see what realm event you get. And that's fine. This is getting even deeper into the weeds in a way that I don't think is actually very fun. You're adding fucking foraging rolls to your realm. No, you don't need to do that. 4th rule of Dungeon Craft. Good adventures always that challenge the players and challenge their characters. Yeah, that's reasonable advice. That's fine. 5th rule of Dungeon Craft. What's done is done. I'm also generally okay with that. Events happen. It's just what it is. Oh, God. And it's just showing you the events table and the... Simple, easily identified characteristics are the best tools for portrayed NPCs. I think that's generally good advice. Give the players something strong and quick to latch onto, so else they're going to get bogged down and like, I am this NPC, son of this NPC, backstory. They're just going to tune that out. I did something to identify on, like, big, like, who's this guy? He's a snooty noble, but he means well. He's got a very nice appearance. He's very handsome, but also you can tell he's never really held a sword a whole lot. Yeah, we got tables and phases and food stores damaged, and like, I will say, because like this is very reminiscent. I'm not surprised if this eventually turned into the prototype that was the Kingmaker thing, because like Paizo wrote Dragon Magazine. The direct lineage between Pathfinder and D&D is Dragon Magazine. So it's like, neat. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some carryover or some trimming stuff. And if you're playing a Kingmaker campaign, where it's like, our goal is to be rulers of a kingdom, that's what I want to do. We like to see the numbers go up because it's cool. That's fine. It almost sounds like this person wants to do this all the time. That sounds aggravating. I was like, hi, Sasha. How you doing? Welcome. How you doing? I am reading an old issue of Dragon Magazine, and I'm talking about how this guy wants you to go deep in the weeds of charts and diplomacy checks and charts and palace structures and charts and cost of rivers and swamp charts and making war charts, and then the realm information sheet, which is the Kingmaker sheet, but less fun because it's just numbers. It's just numbers and modifiers. Whatever. It's not even a mini game. It's just charts. It's just numbers. I don't know. Anyway, so this is fun. Indeed, I forget if this might have been when they were ramping up to D&D 3.5. Whenever level adjustment was added, level adjustment and like effective character level is like, hey, what if I want to play a dragon in Dungeons and Dragons? And they're like, well, okay. Well, Battletech charts are at least like, I shoot you in the leg and it fucking explodes and you fall over and you cause damage to your shoulder-mounted guns. That's cool. That's fun. That's neat. That's dynamic. You're both there to see robot parts get blown off, or oh, I gotta manage my heat. This is not nearly as cool. So the idea was like, they gave you some adjustments and like say, okay, I want to play, let's say, I want to play a giant. Let's find something small, actually. Let's find something small. I want to play, I want to play a satyr. I got hairy legs. I got a pipe. I want to be a satyr. And they're like, okay, you can play as a satyr, but as a satyr, you're going to be effectively level 7. And you're like, that seems reasonable. Satyrs are probably stronger than player characters. That's a thing that makes sense. The problem with this mindset is that oftentimes monsters are weaker than a player of equivalent level. Because the idea is like, you're supposed to go and kill a monster and that be it. Like, to give you an idea, let me see. A satyr is a challenge rating 2. A party of 4 level 2 PCs are expected to beat the fuck out of that. A 7th level PC would absolutely cloud on this satyr. The satyr has 22 health, and because like you're trying to be equivalent to a 7th level character, you're going to be terrible. Your saves will be bad. You'll have less HP. Your abilities will suck. You won't have high level spells. You're going to be awful. So what does the satyr get if you decide to do that? You get some damage reduction, 5 cold iron. You take less damage. That's pretty okay. You have pipes. They're magical pipes that DC 13 will save, could charm a person. By the time you're level 7, DC 13 is way too low. And you get a couple of stat bonuses. It's bad. It's fucking awful. I don't know why it says 7 in here, because in the actual SRD, the level adjustment is 2. Oh, it's because it has 5 hit dice. Oh, God. No, that's a satyr with no class levels, if you just want to play that fresh. Welcome back, Gordo, and hello, Dugesso. Welcome. How you doing? We're going through this issue with Dragon and showing how effective character levels suck dick. Yeah, no, it was bad. For context for people, hey, would you like to play a drow? You know, in D&D 3.0, 3.5. Hey, remember when drow were big? When Dredged was the guy everybody wanted to be? You wanted to be a dual wielding. You want to have 2 swords, and you want to be a ranger. I want to be Dredged. I love books. If you wanted to play a drow, your effective character level was increased by 2. A first level drow ranger would be, according to D&D 3.5, the same as a level 3 ranger. Except you wouldn't have the base attack bonus of a ranger, so you would hit less often. You would have less health than a ranger. You would have less feats than a ranger. You would have less class features than a ranger. You know what you get? Spell resistance, and you get blind in the light. It's bad. Can you be a donkey? A donkey is apparently close to a level 2 character. Sure, why not? No, yeah, I'm showing. It's so bad. It's so bad. Like, sure, like a lot of these, it's like, hey, you can be a frostworm and be a 17th level player character. No one's going to do that. No one's going to do that. Even just playing a drow is incredibly stupid. It's bad. The idea is neat. The idea is saying like, hey, I would like to play a badger. No, badger. Badger's still the wrong. A gnoll. I want to be a gnoll. You're going to be so awful. You're going to suck so much ass. And Pathfinder 1E kind of fixed that when it said if you want to play a monster, play by challenge rating, which is a little more kind. It's still not great. It's still pretty bad. It's still pretty bad. It's still pretty fucking awful. A raven, a donkey, and a drow head into the local party. They would. The funny thing is, I'm pretty sure the donkey would be the most efficient because a lot of monsters were a lot of animals as monsters in D&D 3.5. It was funny because animals, they're like, okay, they don't have any abilities. They're animals. They're whatever. They have really bitchin' stats. Oh yeah, I did. There was a campaign where the DM was like, okay, you can build your own Pathfinder race, and you can use like 20 build points or something like that. He's like, go nuts, do whatever you want. This is going to be a campaign about hunting big monsters. I found out that I could make myself a hermit crab. And not just any hermit crab, a large-sized hermit crab that, actually, I think it was huge. I think it was a huge hermit crab. And my shell was just a gigantic helmet, because I was a paladin. I was a paladin hermit crab trying to do justice and bring law and safety to the frontiers. Eventually, the party just like, there's a, what's it called? There's a item for Pathfinder 1E, which are like the carrying ropes that let you carry 4 times more stuff than you already could. So they put it on yourself. They put it on me, and then I could basically carry around a huge cart. Crystal's the Pokemon, right? The one that's like a little. I love him. Pokemon is a shit franchise, but I still like the lads sometimes. Shy Medusa. Ooh. That's just about dark. Yeah, we're going over effective character level of D&D 3.5 monsters. They're bad. It's all bad. Being a wormling at level 8 is awful. It's awful. It's terrible. Then this article is about using Gensai, which are like elemental people. So instead of a tiefling, I'm a fucking half earth elemental genie person maybe. This is one of those ones that's like, yeah, like when they said, all this content definitely ended up in a proper book. These are whatever. I don't know. I'm sure this device is fine. I've never given a shit about Gensai or Genocide. I have no idea how to pronounce it. That's never great. Oh yeah, when I specifically what I did, like I never did end up finishing it, but when I streamed Neverwinter Nights 2, I specifically modded out the effective character Ginacy. There we go. Vaginacy. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I modded that out, which on the one hand, was made me very strong because I decided to play a Yuan-Ti pureblood, but also, who gave a fuck? I was a snake man. It was great. And then, of course, because they wanted you to buy feats. They wanted you to buy books. They wanted you to buy Dragon Magazine. The GM advice and the player advice is nice. This is how they got your $6. They wanted you. They wanted you to buy feats. They wanted you to buy feats and extra character options and stuff like that. This is the kind of stuff when you look back now, this did not age well. A lot of feats, especially the Dragon Magazine feats, they're garbage. They're terrible, shitty feats. Like, okay. You can take a penalty when. Okay, you can take a penalty to add to your armor class. Okay, how about this? You can take meld into stone. Yippee! Okay, whatever. Oh damn. Oh damn. Oh, I was wondering where the ads were at. We haven't gotten ads for a while. Kingsfield for the PS2? Ooh. The precursor to Dark Souls. Unironically, that's not even a joke. Fucking From Software, there it is. Still where the Moonlight Greatsword comes from. I'm curious if any of those are actually good. I understand that the Kingsfield games are kind of masochism ones. Yeah, the funny thing is I feel like D&D 4th edition got close because they had tiers. They recognize that there's like, okay, level 1 to 10 is basically its own thing. Level 10 to 20 is basically like high-powered adventure nonsense. And then they introduced 20 to 30 core in 4th edition, which is like, you're traveling the plains, you're dealing with gods, it's high-powered bullshit. 4th edition fucked up because basically the vast majority of D&D campaigns don't get past level 10. This is a true fact. Even most of the adventure paths are written that they wrap up at level 12. Now, what this means is, what this means is that what they really needed to do, in my opinion, and I still believe this even now, and honestly, they could use this to milk money, but I know why they won't do that. What they need to do, you release a book. It's D&D, levels 1 through 10. It's the DMG. It's the fucking, it's all the early parts of all the classes. It's all the monsters. You sell it in one book. You could do a big chunky book. You could make it like a $60 book. And then later on, you would sell like, okay, fuckface. Yeah, basically, yeah, exactly what BECMI did. But yeah, they did that before. They did do that before. Fuck, I fucking forgot about that. I would like to see how an Immortals game of that was supposed to run, because it seemed like fucking nonsense. But the idea was sound. But the thing is, it's really easy to write padding. I was like, oh, Echo, how you doing? Welcome. How you doing? We're reading Dragon Magazine specifically. It's really easy to go, yeah, this is a bullshit powerful feat. Yeah, level 17, you just kill a guy. Who gives a fuck? Nobody's gonna play this. It's page filler. It's a good way, and probably legitimately, if they did do the 10 through 20 book, no one would buy that. No one would buy that book, or very few people would buy that book. It would lose the money. It's one of those things where it's like, what makes sense from a gameplay perspective and a business perspective don't line up. Because here's the thing. Let's say 6th edition came out, and let's say it did do 1 through 10. You could make all the classes way more detailed, or you add more classes, or like you add all monsters that you would use. You add a bunch more beginner monsters, stuff you would use. That would be nice from a gameplay perspective, but it just doesn't really. It doesn't really work because yeah, no one's gonna buy D&D Epic, unfortunately. Or if they do, it's going to be like really advanced players. Baby's first D&D player will buy D&D Heroic, and they'll never move on. It's okay, Echo. I have like no splotches in your chat. I have no echo points. That's because every time you do crowd control, I spend all my points to make you eat shit and die. And then customizing prestige classes. Once again, they're very bad. They're cool. Prestige classes has cool ideas. And the idea of what they're presenting here is you can customize your campaign by limiting what prestige classes are available. A lot of them are very shit. They're bad. You don't need to have Master Samurai as a prestige class. It doesn't need to exist. And like technically, like we've moved on from that. Like now if you play like a drunken master monk, if you want to be a drunken monk, a lot of that's baked into monk as a class. So yeah, is this fucking hold on. Is this fucking Dieter Zelli art? No, Mikey May. Very close to that though. He's done similar art. Yeah, so the idea for people who don't know, a prestige class idea is like, hey, you're a level 6 fighter. I want to specialize. I want to be, I don't know, a weapon master. I no longer defense. I want to do all the cool weapon shit. So the prestige class was like, hey, if you have like 6 base attack bonus, you're proficient in 3 exotic weapons, which will take feats. And I don't know, use rope and some other bullshit. You could take some levels of this. But yeah, that's the problem though, where it's like, what Dual Guest is saying, it's like, because a lot of them required you, like, basically at minimum to be level 6. A lot of players didn't reach them, or if they did, it took a while. But also, like, a lot of them were bad too. And like, they had nonsensical requirements. Or the ones that were good, and you auto took those. And like this is also a thing as well. They're cool titles, they're cool ideas, but the idea would be like, and this is when it comes to like the theory crafting, and like all the shit I could give 5th edition. let's say you want to be like, all right, I'm playing a fighter in 5th edition. I could just jump in and play a fighter and be fine. Or if you min-max a fighter, what are you really doing? You're taking a couple of feats that are good. You're planning some feats in the future. You're taking the weapon that does the most damage. It's the most efficient. You're probably choosing the race that has the most bonuses for you being a fighter. In D&D 3.5, you had to basically plot out your character progression from level 1. And that is not good. That's not very conducive for like a good roleplay experience. It's neat from a theory crafting build experience. That's why 3.5 was fun to build. System Mastering 3.5 was legitimately very fun, but it was miserable for actual game bullshit. You had to min-max, or you at least had to chart it. Let's say, okay, I want to be a ninja of the Crescent Moons. You have to plan for that level 1. Because if you hit level 6 and you're like, oh yeah, I might want to be a ninja. You know, my rogue went to our campaign's version of Japan, and I learned from a wise ninja master all the ways of the ninja, and and he died defending me. I would like to be a ninja in his stead. I would like to be a ninja of the Crescent Moon. And they're like, oh, did you not use rope at level 2? Did you not choose weapon focus shuriken, you fucking dumb shit? Can't take it. Sorry, buddy. Eat ass and die. Like, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's so awkward to do that. It's not great. Anyway. Also, yeah, once you like when you min-max a 3.5 character, you break the game. The game breaks. The game absolutely breaks, and it's whatever. And I love a prestige class 20 questions quiz. That's great. Then we got Nodwick, which is bad. Nodwick is bad. Nodwick is really bad. The art's bad. The humor's bad. The ideas are bad. Look at the fucking fairy design. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's so ugly. And not in a fun ugly. And then this is Ed Greenwood. Ed Greenwood writing about a tavern? And the stuff that goes on in that tavern. That's kind of cute. Honestly, for as much shit as like Forgotten Realms kind of gets, Ed Greenwood seems like a relatively weird but fun old man. He's like the kind of old man that was a hippie back when being a hippie was new. And like a lot of hippies got burnt out and like I'm not morally repulsed by free love, but a lot of people were not built for it. Free love fucked over a lot of people when they're like, yeah, man, everybody love each other. I'll fuck anyone I want. You can fuck anyone you want. We're all part of the human experience. It broke a lot of people's hearts. It fucked a lot of people up, and the drugs did not help. So you ended up with some like real bitter assholes. Like Elminster seems to still be kind of hippie-ish in a way that's fun and not aggravating. And like, look how the art's pretty cool. You get a little cutaway of the place. I'm not gonna go into super detail on it. I'm not gonna go to super detail, but it's a very pretty building. What? What the fuck? What the fuck is this shit? Okay. Are these just elemental? This is just elemental wolves. This is a whole bunch of elemental wolves, but like, but why? I mean, if I had to tell you the why, like they're doing like a thing about wolf lords and scalds, like I very Space Wolves by accident. I sure what really happened is you take a wolf, you add some hit dice to it, and then you give it a special ability, and you're like, wow, Thunder Howl. Okay, cool. That's a half a page. Mist Wolf. It turns into it's a ghost. Okay, chunk of a page. Like you could basically just like take a wolf, add some elemental bullshit to it, and you can just kind of skim through. It's filler. It's fine. Somebody might need a Cloud Wolf, I guess. Look at Cloud Wolf is the happiest wolf. What's he even got going on? And then yeah, then you got wow, Dork Tower and Nodwick, my least favorite comics from this era. And then this is, our good friend Monty Cook. Our good friend Monty Cook with a prestige class. Oh boy. Okay, so it's like, it's effectively, what's it called? It's effectively like a city enforcer guild. Yeah, I want to do more of this. I won't be doing it next Saturday because next Saturday will be Necrotica. I want to make tabletop talk consistent. I want to do like pretty regular tabletop zatsus because I think that'd be fun and I like doing this and it's very great. Podcast win. I've thought about it. I'm not gonna lie, I've thought about it. The thing about podcasts though is like I know people do solo podcasts. I understand solo podcasts are successful. I do not like solo podcasts. What I like to do, I like podcasts with multiple people. Two people podcasts are great because you get to bounce ideas off of people. Like System Mastery was really good for that. Where it's like, stretching. There we go. Like System Mastery is great for that because you got two people, Jeff and John. What do? They've known each other since forever. They both love games at like a nigh equal level. John is definitely more like has a better memory and a better grasp for rules than Jeff, but still together outside of like every now and then they get a little preachy. They're pretty good. They're pretty legit. I think technically the better way. No, Jeff and John are definitely different people because John has a memory that's decent and Jeff does not. And as someone with a bad memory, I feel for Jeff. I think probably like I don't know. I would like to do a podcast. I really would, unironically, because I consume a lot of podcasts. I think I would just need to make a YouTube. I think unfortunately YouTube is kind of a better like I am one person and I would like to produce like stuff. If you guys like this though, I wouldn't mind doing more like topic stuff. I just gotta get into a rhythm. Like I just gotta keep it short. I gotta do like on one hand, I keep expecting to have like super production values, but I sit and watch every episode of Ad Rick more or less now. I've been not all of them, but I've been very consistent. They just literally have a screen. It's just a screen with it's just a screen with pictures. Like pictures every now and then. Or like Sleepy Cabin that I really like. Sleepy Cabin has a lot of people. Or like Last Podcast has 3 people. I like those group ones. It's just hard to find. It'd be hard to find a partner to do that kind of podcast. I do still ostensibly want to put the tabletop sessions onto a podcast format. Apparently, there's a thing called Adobe Podcast. Advertisement. There we go. Using this opportunity to do a real. Oh, there we go. Real heckin' stretch. There we go. Ooh, I'm getting my jellies all tense. Come to it when I hag. You could do it earlier than that. You could do. There we go. There we go. You could just have a podcast called like 2 hags and a worm. There we go. That's a podcast right there. Where's I going with that before the stretch? Halber, yeah, exactly. I could do Halber's half hour. That would be good. There's a lot of ideas. There's a lot of the thing is, and I run into this all the time. Talk is cheap, and I say all the time I want to do podcasts at YouTube, but I don't commit to it. 2024 has been better. I've been being more active and like really leaning into my interests and changing shit around, realizing what doesn't work and what I was doing, even if it was fun, probably not for the best. To keep doing it like that, I'm getting better. So maybe this will be the year. Oh yeah, I was about to say before the break, Adobe released something called Adobe Podcast, and apparently it is a software suite that uses AI. Not to do voices, like not to make new voices, but like it uses AI to like clean up audio, like remove noise and like distracting crackles and stuff like that. and kind of tune things up. I haven't tried it yet. Honestly, there would be some like really old jank content that I might want to run through that. And do you like 2000 I will have to admit, because of what I do for the guild, I have to buy a subscription to Adobe products. I know it's disgusting. You're all allowed to hate me, but it's not great to have to siphon money for that every month, but I have to do that. I have to do that for work reasons. They don't, unfortunately. The guild's not great at a lot of things, if I'm going to be honest. But say what you will about Adobe. Photoshop is still Photoshop. Premiere is a very good video editing software that I do use from time to time. I have access to the Adobe tools. I might as well use them. So yeah. If you I understand if you dislike that. I agree. And this is what we're talking about. Okay. This is a prestige class. Move silently 10 ranks requires you to be like level 6. There we go. Let's cover up all of you. Do you write off on your taxes? I do sometimes. The tricky thing is that I'm worried about my taxes this year a little bit. I probably won't write my VTubing stuff off on my taxes this year, because there's effectively a thing where it's like you have to be super in order to write off VTubing things. After a while, if your business fails to generate money, they're going to be like, I think your business is failing, yo. The standing pose is wasted apron. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, you're gonna see my little claws. What's that going to have yourself a good sleep and take it easy. You'll have a good rest. I can actually make myself a little. It's gonna cover up the text a bit, but you guys gonna see full grippers. I think that's worth. I think full grippers is worth. So yeah, in order to be this prestige class, base attack bonus 5 is real rough, because that means you need 2 feats. God, this is a fucking mess of prerequisites. And what you get? Sneak attack, and you could be stealthy with allies. It's not the worst, but it is not worth it. And then Living Greyhawk. So Living Greyhawk was like I said, they ran this kind of like the D&D Adventure League now, and this is just going to pertain exactly to that. This is like extra reading that you could do to get some extra info, which is neat, but it's not going to be super relevant to the stream. So I'm just going to... Of course, they give you a prestige class to be a glaive of Azharadian. What do you get? I don't know. You get bolts of glory. Once per day, you can cast searing lights, aka this is garbage. It's so bad. The Drooper's pretty cool, but no, it's not a great class. And then apparently they were talking about chainmail. I didn't know chainmail as a setting was still being supported around this time. I do like the fancy, ooh, we just learned graphic design. It looks neat. Oh, okay. Okie doke. Why take this over Shadow Dancer? Because I don't know. I legitimately don't know. Oh, I guess chainmail must have been the... Oh, you know what? I wonder if chainmail was what, when they tried to release chainmail as a war game, I wonder if chainmail eventually turned into the fucking, blind bag plastic game you used to be able to get. I wonder if it did turn into that. Let's see, is dancingdragon.com around? Let's do an ad check. Let's see, let's go to www.dancingdragon.com. The domain dancingdragon.com may be for sale. Okay. That one has fallen to the wayside. Dancing Dragon is dead. Is Hits Point with an E still alive? Let's do it. Oh, HTTP. Oh, HTTP. Oh, it's been a while. Hitspoint.com is... Oh my god, it's still alive. Oh, my sweet baby raised, it's still alive. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. I need to whip up. I need to whip up something really fast. I need to whip up something really, really fast. Hold on. I need to do... Let's see. Gotta go studio mode. The reason I wanted to do this is because I need to show you this website. I need to show you this website. It's a Web 1.0 web page. It hasn't changed. It has not changed. Okay, let me remove any identifiable info stuff. Okay, I think we should. All right, everybody, are you ready to get your dick blown off or your appropriate genitals blown off? Let's fucking go. Everybody, welcome to the Hit Point. Is a mail order and virtual store based out of the greater Detroit area. We specialize in used and out-of-print materials by Paizo and Dungeons & Dragons. Okay, so if you're having problems, send requests to email. You can email them. You can check the FAQ for conditions. You can order Chessex dice. Very good. I legitimately wonder, like, the thing is, this is HTTPS, so they've been keeping their security certificates up. They've been keeping their security certificates up. So it's not incredible. So it could still be active, but, like, why have they not changed it? Oh. Ooh. Nothing is available for no. We could buy the Birthright campaign Conspecitus for $6. All right, let's go play. Oh, what Planescape stuff did I have? Wait, did they have the 30 Diablo 2? I missed them. Am I blind and I missed that? Gangbusters. What the fuck is Gangbusters? All right, let's try Planescape. We can buy the player's primer to the Outlands for $15. That's honestly not terrible deals. They basically have like no stock. Yeah, this is definitely like somebody's attic website. That's definitely a website that is in somebody's attic, and it costs them nothing to maintain it. So they're like, why not, you know? Which, I love it. I love it so much. And then like, sage advice is like, hey, now you would tweet somebody at D&D like, how does this feat work? And they would give you a wrong answer. Back in the day, you used to have to send them a letter, or you could email them. And then they would answer it, and they would give you an okay. They would give you an accurate thing. I have a few minis in stock. Part of me wants to order from them. I really kind of do. I kind of want to order from them. But also, I don't know if I should. I don't know if I should. I really don't know. I think what I could do is like, hey, send them an email, be like, hey, I recently read through an old issue of Dragon magazine after a sense of nostalgia, and I saw you were in it, and I saw your website was still active. Are you actually active, or is this like a zombie website? Is that just a zombie website thing? I am very curious. I kind of want to not do that, just to leave it alone as a beautiful little relic as a bygone era. But I am not gonna lie, a little curious. I could email them with my human email, and they would never know. We'll find out. I'll see. I'll see. So this is all like rules interaction bullshit that is not relevant to us. Oh. What is roleplayingtips.com still active? Hold on. www.roleplayingtips.com. Is that still real? It is. Oh my god, this is still real. This also still exists, and he's selling you 5th edition books. Give my simple method for building fantastic adventures that you can learn in just 5 minutes. 5-room dungeons. Huh. The guys kept on the hustle. Yeah, 2002. This guy's kept on that hustle for 22 years. Good shit. Also, this is very cute, the idea of having your own little custom website. And then you can technically do it easier than ever now. You can just get a WordPress website. It takes nothing. And you can have your own campaign website. There's also like World Anvil. And World Anvil is the funny website. Because here's my experience with World Anvil. World Anvil is a wiki that you can use to like stat out your setting. You could go super deep in the weeds for your setting on World Anvil. I got World Anvil 3 years ago. And I forgot about it. And then a year passed and World Anvil was like, hey, we charge you $75. See you next year. And I was like, fuck. Okay. I'll have to do something. I spent $75. I have to do something with this. And then I forgot about World Anvil. And then the next year they charged me $75. I was like, fuck, god damn it, this keeps happening. I finally canceled my subscription to World Anvil this year after that happened and robbed me of $75. I say robbed, it's entirely my fault. It's entirely my fault. Also, I think the music stopped a while ago too. Let me get back on that shit. There we go. It definitely stopped a while ago. But I still technically got it for a year. The weird thing is my group used to use Obsidian Portal, but now we don't so much. I think right now, like the thing is like a Google Doc and a Discord will kind of do a lot of work. Like you could build a whole wiki. It's not the worst idea. But you don't need it. Oh, God. Phil Foglio with Phil and Dixie. Now, I don't know. Once again, there are people that love Phil Foglio's arts. And this would probably be the most like controversial tabletop opinion I'll ever have. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan. I understand Phil Foglio and his wife draw tits like pretty often. I get that. I understand. A lot of people draw tits. It's not a big deal. I just can't get into it. Like I see the fucking like squirrel man and he just looks whatever. And Phil Foglio I think is still definitely getting work though. They're still doing stuff. Once again, it doesn't matter. They had a successful career. They still have a successful career from what I understand. They wrote their Girl Genius webcomic. They're living their best life. Any criticism I could give them is entirely personal for me and they're doing great. And with that is all of Dragon 293. I, once again, had a lot of fun, and we'll definitely do this again. And like I said, we still have the whole Game of Thrones issue. If we're going entirely by issues of Dragon that I own, I think I have upwards of like maybe 30 or 40 issues of Dragon. I should count because that might be wrong, but I have a lot. I have a lot of them. And with that, let's go. Wow. There we go. And with that, yeah, let's go ahead and end the stream. We ended on YouTube since I'm just going to be doing rating stuff. Bye, everybody in YouTube land. Bye-bye.